morning, good afternoon, everyone. Is the sound loud and clear? I hope you're in a good mood today. This is the last day of the conference, GenAI and Localization, sponsored by SmartLink, organized by Custom.MT. You've been steadfast and stalwart. You've been watching everything like champions. Today, you have a chance to see something very exciting. I am super excited about the upcoming panel about e-commerce all around the world. Walmart from the United States, Allegro from Europe, Trendyol from Turkey, and Alibaba from Asia. And everyone there are localizing billions of words with different AI systems. So this is AI-powered localization at tremendous scale, some of the biggest scale in the world. It's very exciting. And then after the break, there'll be a workshop on how to build agents with Copilot, a beginner level workshop today, but to learn new skills. I know that large organizations are very, very Microsoft friendly, small organizations like Google, big organizations like Microsoft. So if you're working in a big organization, knowing how to use Copilot to build your own agents is a super cool skill. Maybe not exactly for all the practical applications, but definitely to make your narrative internally very, very strong. The person who can build an agent with Copilot today is worth their weight in gold to the C-suite, I hope. Do you feel the same way? Let me know in your emojis. Maybe put thumbs down if you feel that Copilot agents are not something you'd like to build, or Copilot agents are like this if you're interested. Today we will skip the icebreaker for now. I hope you're all in a good mood and ready for the session. I would like to welcome on stage Alessandra Binazzi, my dear friend and long-time industry peer. Alessandra, you've had many adventures all around the world leading localization programs in larger companies, especially with e-commerce. I don't know if I can name your shoe adventure or
Yeah,
sportswear
my shoe
adventure or your
adventure that
furniture adventure.
continues. Yeah.
So not
Yeah,
naming any
e-commerce.
brands.
Don't, yes. Let's not be specific, but let's just
No,
say, yeah, shoe and furniture
and
e-commerce.
furniture
Yeah.
on a
Yeah.
tremendous scale.
Yes, indeed. But
How
not
are
the
you
scale
feeling?
of these guys today. I am feeling super excited about this because
I
I
love to
know,
hear that.
yeah, I know I'll learn a ton. And you know what the best part of this is, Costi? I mean, this is the third day of Gen AI conference and localization conference, but the focus of this session really is the human, which is the best part, is us, the language expert humans. So, in all of this AI talk, we're not going to leave that behind. We're certainly going to talk about AI, but what does that mean for us and where we plug in as humans and how we make the AI far better than
Exactly
without
the
it.
question
So
everybody has when the program goes into e-commerce, and e-commerce has the scale which is
insane.
not something that you can do with any number of humans. Probably one
Exactly.
shop like Alibaba or Trendyol would translate more per year than all the humans on Earth combined, right? Something on that
Exactly.
scale.
Yeah. So AI and data driven, workflows and quality and all of that is essential. It's not even a nice to have. It's really a default if you want to be
Yes, and the
competitive at all.
teams there are
So
growing, right? There's only
yeah.
more and more need for professionals who understand both linguistics and technology.
Exactly. It's a natural evolution for our profession. So we are perfectly positioned for this. So these guys are going to help us understand how we can all transform our own orgs, even if we don't have the same scale, but we can all benefit from more automation and AI driven processes. So what do you say? Should we get started?
Let's get started. I am
Let's
super
get
super interested. I'll be
started.
watching on tenterhooks and following closely. Alessandra, just one
Awesome.
question. You know how I cannot contain myself often. May I jump in once or twice with a question, or do you want me to really exercise patience and restrain myself till the very end of the session?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to try to have a discussion at the end. So if we have time, if we can hold the questions, well, put them in the chat. Don't hold them.
All right.
Put them in the chat. Our presenters are going to jump in the chat after their presentation so they can answer some. But we'd also like to get together at the end and explore some of these questions together. So that's kind of the format we'd like to follow. But if you really have an itch and you cannot wait, I will allow you one question
One question. All right.
per presenter. If
All right.
really you can't hold
I'll
yourself.
save it for the best one, for the best question ever. Good luck.
Yeah, we're also going to have a few little exercises in between the presenters so we can get our own next gen team planning flowing. So we're trying to make it a little interactive and a little practical for everybody. But let's get started. Let's get our first presenter on screen. Vladimir, can you come on stage? There you are. Nice to see you. So Vladimir is actually joining us from Alibaba, if you don't know, one of the largest e-commerce companies in the world, and he'll tell us more about it. But Vladimir is a certified linguist and translator. He's been working in localization for many years, since about 2010, and he's been in China since 2012. Hence the Alibaba Association, and he's built his expertise across both video game and e-commerce. So this combination really gave him a broad outlook of product and user-focused perspective and localization. And over the past year and a half, especially, Vladimir has been focusing on implementing AI-driven solution, like many of us, but again, at hyper scale, and helping teams really streamline their workflows and improve quality at scale. The fun fact of Vladimir is, I love this one, his 12-year-old cat has been in more countries than he did at his age, probably than most people. But over to you, Vladimir. Tell us more about your company and your role.
Hey guys, really nice to meet you all, and thanks for inviting me over here. I want to clarify again, Alibaba has, I lost count, maybe 50 or 80,000 of employees and many businesses. So it's really hard to, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the whole organization and on behalf of every single unit out there. I know that we have at least a dozen teams doing AI. So I'm working in AliExpress, which is the Alibaba part for B2C, face to like regular buyers, because the big Alibaba is more about B2B and AliExpress is B2C. And yes, I'm working in the content team of AliExpress, like international team. We again, our team is not doing machine translation that Alessandra and Konstantin mentioned before, because that's one separate thing here. But we're focused on marketing content and UX content. So I guess I can start with my small presentation here, right, Alessandra?
Yes, please.
All righty. So let me try and share my screen here. Please let me know if you can see it.
It looks great, Vladimir.
Great, thanks. Yeah, if something is glitching, please let me know, because connecting from China sometimes might be tricky. Anyway, my small presentation here is after AI, the human future of content design. The topic is a bit large. I'm not going to focus on every single part of this presentation, but only on the part that's more about what our topic today, right? Humans in the AI production, localization, etc., etc. So try to switch the screen. Okay, it seems to be working. Alessandra did a great presentation about myself, so I'm going to repeat it. AliExpress, if you haven't heard of it, not as big as Amazon in some markets, but still it has quite an audience. 5 years ago, we had 150 million of active buyers. It's a lot more than that today. I don't have the most recent data though, but we operate in most of the countries, focusing on European market, United States, and some of the other developing regions and countries. So this presentation here, we can split it in 3 parts. One is about content design, because the team I'm currently in is content design team. What it was before AI, what it is in this after AI, and how humans can find themselves in this post-AI era. Let's start with real basics here, because I think it's important to understand before we dive deep. So what is content design? So in the offline era, customers would interact with businesses through representatives. You go to a auto dealership or a library, you talk to a librarian, for example, or with the manager. But today, interactions happen through digital interfaces. It's websites, it's apps, it's even a screen in McDonald's with a self-checkout. So we have plenty of those. And when you communicate through them, every small detail matters, especially if you deal with a large crowd. You have voice, you have text, you have website, you have plenty of these places that are interacting with the customer and help them make this connection between the system and the human. Of course, you don't need to be a content designer to tell a customer that their parcel has arrived. But at the scale, even this small thing is really important. As Sarah Winters said, content design is about using data and evidence to give the audience what they need, when they need, and how they expect. I think this how they expect is really, really important here. So before AI, it was quite hard to personalize those messages without humans, right? So we needed content designers. Let me share this example from AliExpress. So at some point, business decided to introduce this small thing, welcome deal, basically a small discount on one item. So we put this very yes, sorry about the skewed screenshot here, but basically it said welcome deal. It just basically have this tag welcome deal. The problem was users didn't really understand what this welcome deal is, how the prices are calculated, how the discount is applied. So the message was short, but we got a lot of complaints and pretty low conversion. So after doing some research and testings, we realized we need to put some more words here. Basically, welcome deal for one item only, and this phrase solves the problem of the business. Clear message, zero complaints, and hugely improved conversion rate. Practically nobody complained. So content design has stages. You plan when you define the goals and the audience needs, then you create, you actually write stuff. You maintain, you measure the performance and iterate over versions, and then you retire content. You unpublish, you archive existing content, and so on. So content design after AI. Here, let me quickly set the definition of AI. When I say AI, I just use it as a short for LLM, which is a tongue twister for large language models. I don't claim that LLM has conscious, but when it comes to content production, I think it is really revolutionary in how computers can operate with text. So they changed quite a lot of things in this content design game. So okay, content design stages. I would say that writing is the most time-consuming part of content design, because of course, without writing, you just have empty interface. You don't have texts on buttons, and you cannot launch this product, right? But the problem is, if you're stuck with writing, you might find yourself in this pit of production when everything you do is writing. You're churning on content without time for planning, without time for iteration strategy. And this is, I think, quite dangerous today, because if you write mindlessly, you're competing with what AI excels at, like producing millions of words per minute. Not something I think is really wise to do. So how to escape this pit of production? Um, Again, you could take two routes: strategy route and efficiency route. From those stages of content production, strategy would be planning and maintenance, and efficiency route would be creation and unpublishing. So a couple of examples here. What's efficiency route? This could be a seemingly dumb example, but please bear with me. We had a recurrent problem as simple as line breaking. You see, our company is based in China, was created in China. The vast majority of employees are Chinese people. And we, in AliExpress, we just don't have Chinese audience, because AliExpress is explicitly from China to the outer world. So you see the problem here. People who create content doesn't necessarily speak the language. And believe me, Chinese and English and European languages are very different. So things like line breaking can easily slip in somewhere in the production of banners, of products, etc. It was hard to track. So who made this mistake? Was it automatically or because some system? So before AI, our best solution would be to put a QA stage, meaning there's a human being who look at the text and just check if it's okay, including things like line breaking. Of course, it took a lot of time. You have to pay people actually to do this, even though the problem seems really simple. So what we did, it turns out in the situation with the complexity of organization, with complexity of flows, we decided to create this custom AI-based flow. It's a combination of computer vision and this AI to actually tackle this problem. The problem seems easy, but implementing this solution saved us last time we calculated was close to 1 year of person days in just review. It's not only about money; it's just efficiency, how fast you can produce your content. Again, we needed to put some human knowledge here to make it work. Let me show you the second example of efficiency. So when another example would be writing text for certain repetitive scenarios, like push message, when you want to promote a vacuum cleaner with discount. So let's just take a quick step back here. As I mentioned, most of our people here in this organization are not the target audience. I've seen it so many times in conferences and in workshops when people thinking how to write content with guidelines, etc. But mainly people were still speaking the same language. It's more how to adjust it. But okay, you imagine yourself marketing operations. You need to send this push message. You need to actually write it. And what do? Like without AI, without all that stuff, you don't have that many options. You can try to write it yourself if you speak the language. I'm not a native English speaker, so I wouldn't usually write that stuff in English myself. Or you can try to write it in your native tongue and use good old Google Translate. Likely it won't work as good. Probably voice and tone would be different, and again, when the cultural difference is so huge, you might end up with something really unfit. Then we had ChatGPT, and also many people think how cool, I can just ask ChatGPT to write stuff for me. Let me see if the video here works. Oh, it doesn't. Amazing. 1 second. Let me try and fix it real quick. Yeah. 1 second. I will stop the sharing right now and be back shortly.
Vladimir, I have the video ready. Do you want me to share it? Yep.
Vladimir, you went on mute, so we
Yeah.
can't hear you. And Ju, you can share the
Yeah,
screen probably.
can you still hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry about this technical issue here. Let me
No
jump
problem.
back.
Do you want Jill to play the video for you?
I already have it. Yes.
All right.
So sorry about this. I just had this small video. So right, you go to ChatGPT, you ask for this push message here, you click enter, and you'll get something like this. Okay, great. You have a lot of text here. Some of this might be good. Maybe not all of it. Second. Yeah. Okay. Let me really quickly switch back to the presentation. Can you still see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Cool. Yeah, guys, sorry about this. Been having some China issues here with with the systems. Okay, so quickly scroll through this. So yeah, the problem is copywriting is not doesn't match the business scenario. Character limits not followed, no aligned with corporate style guide. And I mean, imagine you need to do something in the language you don't understand at all, like here in Japanese. What do you need to copy? Where is the title? Where is the subtitle? I mean, imagine how hard it is. That's how the output might look like for a person who don't speak that language. So what our team did is, I will share another video in a second. Okay, so I'm trying to share it. Okay. So basically what we did is we took the knowledge of our content team, our expertise, our experience, and we built something like this. It's a platform that is set for scenarios for our specific business. A person would put the same thing, basic description of what they need. They don't have to put any style guides or format requirements or anything like that, and the system will generate the output in different languages based on the prompt. This is a demo that I was allowed to share for the public, so might not be it's not the final result, but you get the idea. So instead of just try to use ChatGPT with a Word file where you store your prompt library, as some people do. We put these guidelines and we applied our knowledge to build sort of a product, sort of a tool ourselves. I'm switching back to the presentation now. Yep. Go. Okay. So basically, custom-made AI flow. It recognizes scenarios, it follows the character limit and matches the copywriting style guide, and supports multiple languages as well. Also, we can take strategic route. This is something you can say another application of your knowledge as a human writer, human content designer. So look at this example here. I will try to quickly explain what you see here. So you see two pages. It's the same functionality here, left and right. This is, I think, where content team needs to put their effort the most. So on the left is the first design choice. It was made based on a Chinese project, and the button here you can see it says check-in. It's basically this daily reward that you can get in the app. You click, you get some coins, you get a discount, and so on. This is a very common mechanic in Asia, where you mark yourself in the app and get points. You can see these mechanics in practically any Chinese app, from EV companion app to e-commerce. You can even trace it to a very offline way of doing things. For example, in Japan, you have these stamps on train stations. So anyway, we had this content, right? We had this project. The Chinese text was super clear. We translated it into English, and the audience didn't understand. The conversion rate was quite low because check-in is not a common mechanic in the Western world. In Western world, it's more common to collect coins. You come every day to collect something. This is what people use in games most of the time. So we did the research, we did the user testing, and we changed the text. So you can see that the thing is, the translation in the second screen is not correct. It's not a translation of Chinese text, but it matches the audience, it matches the expectations, it delivers what people want to see. So, thriving in this post-AI era, the AI is here, right? And so we can take a strategy route or efficiency route. If you take strategy route, you apply your knowledge to match business insights, to do user research, to adjust the content, do the journey mapping, collaborate with business to try and make the content fits their needs. You can also take efficiency route. You apply the same knowledge to create tools or guidelines to allow the usage of AI. Whichever you do, I think it's important to not limit yourself to production of words. I believe that we don't need humans as much anymore to just produce words, but we need the knowledge and insight and expertise of humans to let those machines produce words according to business needs, according to whatever business or a company want to achieve. So the question is really not whether AI will reshape our industry, because it already has. The question is, will you be shaping that with? Will you shape this future, or you will shape by this future, by this bright new world? I think it's important to accept that we are here with computers that can actually write poems, but we need to teach it to write it in a proper way where we need it. Again, talking about business, not talking about creativity or art, strictly about how you produce content for your business needs. Thank you very much. Sorry for technical difficulties, and yeah, I am happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, Vladimir. No problem with the technical issues. China does throw in a wrench for that sometimes. It's super interesting, especially when your source language and your source culture is China and Chinese. So I think that's a very different perspective than most of us have. But I think we have we're pushing on time. So if you don't mind, Vladimir, going on the chat and answering some of the questions there. If there's any one question that you particularly want to discuss with the rest of the panelists, we can hold it to the end. But otherwise, yeah, please go to the chat. And we'll talk at the end. Hopefully we'll have time. So I wanted to maybe share the first activity we have. So let me quickly share my screen. It is not a presentation. I am just sharing a Menti QR code or enter code, so you can use your smartphones or computers to log in. And the first activity is this. What we want to do is we want to look at our existing team structure, team roles, and decide what stays, what goes, and what do we want to change. So let's see, what do we have first? Project manager. This is, one of our big roles in localization and multilingual enablement, international experience, however we want to call it. And is this a role that should stick around, or do we axe it, or do we transform it? So it's looking pretty one-sided on the transformation, but definitely a focal role in localization. Let's see what else. I'm gonna move on to our next role. Hopefully we have both of the participants. Ooh, we have one controversial stop. All right, let's see who's next. Linguist, the core role of localization, multilingual adaptation. Is it at all possible to do this without linguists? But yeah, do we keep them working the way they are, or do we evolve also this role? Looks like transformation's taking the lead. Rightfully so, I would say. All right, let's see who's next. Let's keep this going. QA manager. What do you say here? I don't know if you've experienced this in your organizations already. It seems like a lot of people are also voting on transforming. Oh, there's a little more variety here with QA manager. So it's interesting to see. All right, seems like these are the numbers. I think we have one more. Oh no, we have a few more. So let's go quickly. Terminologists, you guys, what do you think? Keep unchanged. Wow, that's definitely a different outlook than the other roles. Interesting. Very cool, very cool. Let's keep going. Vendor manager. Vendor, wow. Oh, fun. See, at least we have a little more activity here. I guess it depends on how you define vendor manager. But yeah, a lot of different opinions here. I guess this could be a session on its own, right? What should we do with the traditional vendor managers today? Amazingly, Stop is the winner here. Last one, I believe, lock engineer, our more technical role. How do we work with that? Yes, we do want to keep technical teams,
Alessandra, why don't you have
talent.
like a exponentially go through the roof for this role? This is what everybody tries to hire.
I know, right? Yeah, but hey, keep on change or transform. So even there's some evolution that we want to do. But great. I think that's it, that you can use that meter for your own teams. Look at the roles you currently have now, and the audience is saying transform, most of them. Stick around or stay the course for terminologists, and possibly reconsider your vendor managers. So here you go. I'm going to stop sharing now, and how about we move on to the next presenter we have today? And I believe, next up is Allegro. So we have Michael. Michael, do you want to come on the screen? Yeah, here you go. Hi, Michael. Nice to see you. Michael is he's representing Allegro today, the most popular shopping platform in Poland and largest e-commerce player of European origins. And Michal actually is the leader and founder of the team, the data acquisition and annotation services team. His team is responsible for providing the large multilingual data sets essential for designing and validating the products based on ML algorithms and LLM models, directly supporting key e-commerce solutions like, of course, MT, search, and content management. Previously, he also led language data operations at Samsung, where he focused on data infrastructure and operations for intelligent voice assistants across Europe. And he's also recognized as the curator of the BIGO benchmark data set for Polish speech recognition, which is incredible. I didn't know that even existed. So welcome, Michael. Do you want to share a fun fact about yourself?
I'm not very good at that. I tend to use data to help me out with those questions.
But
I
born
just
in 1999, how about that? In
um,
the previous millennial.
yes, so this is the Allegro
That's the Allegro.
birth date. And my fun fact is derived from the Spotify Wrapped Up. Um, I just learned that this year, together with my family, to be honest, on my account, we spent over 30,000 minutes listening to uh, music from more than 300 genres, like 20 days in total of the
That's
whole year.
awesome.
So, yeah.
Very cool. So for music recommendations will come into you.
Uh, yes, a lot of
Oh,
good stuff. I'm getting better and better at that.
nice. Cool. Well, tell us more about Allegro.
Okay, let me share my screen. Mm. So I hope you see the slides.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay, once again, hello everyone. My name is Michał Jęczyk, and today I have a pleasure to share with you how Allegro's linguistic quality assurance team is evolving from traditional quality gatekeepers into localization partners. And this evolution, we believe, is very critical to multiply the value of the more and more powerful AI models we can get from the shelf, especially in the international expansion context. So why do I care about this topic? It was already mentioned during the intro, but quickly, I spent over 15 years working hand in hand with software engineers, linguists, data specialists, and product development people, all focused on building some solutions. And we've learned the hard way that it's not the model itself, it's the process you apply to check if the whole system is working well enough, where it's failing, how to improve it, which actually drives the value. And I'm confident that the language expertise is very critical for the success of any international organization. And speaking about organization, here is the brief about Allegro. We are the largest European origin e-commerce marketplace, and I would say we are even more than marketplace. We are ecosystem, which serves over 20 million buyers annually, with the GMV of over 15 billion US dollars. And we are originally from Poland and focused on Poland with 25 years of experience. But recently we are also expanding into Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary. So, as mentioned in the intro, localization is very critical. And quickly about our team, from the let's say more non-expert perspective, we like to call ourselves the AI kitchen. We work behind the scene, away from the spotlight, and we preparing this delicious food for our models and feeding them and checking if they grow big, strong, and healthy. Of course, the core ingredient is annotated data with our expertise applied also to evaluation and fixing errors, which happens on the production. But I want to emphasize that we are like in between technical research, and product teams working hand in hand to deliver trustworthy applications. And speaking about Allegro in the context of AI and especially international expansion, as I think many similar companies, we started from the traditional human translation with the very rich continuous localization process combined with our external vendors and of course LQA in the loop. But in order to scale to the dynamic contents, these billions of characters, we need to combine our AI research team with platform teams and LQA to build some machine translation system. And we succeeded. We built Allegro translation engine, providing us with this cost-effective expansion capabilities. And right now, with GenAI, I think also similar to other players in the commerce space, we are leveraging it to generate product descriptions, summarize reviews, create marketing content, etc. And our LQA team remains critical to ensure the safety and trust in large scale. So now, once we have this organizational context, let's take a step back and think about why this LQA role we're talking about requires a bit of rethinking. So things are changing, and this translate, fix, publish loop, which is still serving us pretty well in the age of GenAI and instant translations generation. For our stakeholders, it might be a bit too slow. And the second challenge is that from the public perception, this multilingualism can seem like a solved problem. And without some quality inspection, there might be a tendency to overtrust the outputs of AI systems. So these are the challenges, but there are also some opportunities which enable us to adapt. So first, we translate a lot of different contents and not all of them are equal. So we can adapt some smart prioritization and focus our LQA team more on the high impact content, which we know that drives revenue and brand loyalty. And secondly, we have these new tools, which enables us to, let's say, liberate our precious human experts from this repeatable mundane tasks. And this sets a new direction, so we can kind of move more upstream, focus less on reviewing and then correction, more to the architecting the whole process, remaining the guardians of the nuance and brand tone, remain our partner for our AI teams to create test data, and support our product teams as we do in any market-specific language issues. So how do we get there? Which we launched the LQA of the Future program. Our core philosophy is the skills are just the means. We aren't teaching the LQA team prompt engineering just for the sake of passing the test. We want them to apply those skills in the new strategic use cases, which are already sprouting up or emerging very soon. And I want to emphasize that this program is led bottom up by the team representatives. We know that by observing industry trends, attending conferences like this one, and sharing knowledge in between each other, they can learn the fastest. But also they need some direction from us managers, so we can focus them on the use cases the organization actually requires mostly. So we already designed the curricula. We are currently learning the hard skills, and we are approaching the phase 3 called unlearning. This is a bit catchy, provocative name. We don't mean here unlearning our core competencies, of course, the linguistic expertise, but actually trying to relax this muscle memory of focusing on fixing, reviewing, looking at segments, into more like system level thinking and trying to focus on the source, the prompt, the context. And let's take a quick overview of three use cases. First one is efficiency focused. We see on the left that we have this established process which serves us well. It's here to stay. We need critical content like marketing campaigns, UI, legal terms, which requires very high level of scrutiny. But for more bulk or less critical content, we can start adapting some AI to streamline the process. And the critical element is good automatic quality estimation, which will drive our spot checks so we can tune the process. And this hopefully driven some is driving some time savings, which will allow the team to build even more new capabilities. For example, prompt engineering and model selection. This is more technical oriented scenario. So currently with machine translation engine development, our LQA teams are providing trusted test data and some support with training data creation. But in this new model, we want LQA team to take the wheel and design the rubrics which will define what's good enough and be able to iterate on the prompts themselves. So the expected process would look like that, given some business requirements, some need, will not only provide test data, but actually data informed recommendations to our stakeholders after this prompt model experimentations. For example, model A is 10 times cheaper, but even with our best prompts, it captures only, let's say, 80% of critical errors, which is typical to your content. We have model B, which is able to capture 95% of those errors. But you need to make your decision given your target application, some constraints. What would be the trade-off you would accept? Should we invest more time in, for example, optimizing model B, or non-perfect model A is good enough? And the last play, which is the most advanced and strategic, we know from building machine translation to Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary that this iterative improvements of quality for especially machine translations, which are very scalable, these corrections really improve user trust and translate to business metrics like conversion, etc. So we now see more and more teams deploying assistants or agents in Poland, and probably soon they will want to go international. So it is possible that, for example, the shared context, the policy by the agent will be accurately read and presented, but given these cultural differences, it may sound a bit disrespectful rather than direct and clear, given the appropriate tone. So this is where our LQA team can start act as a cultural stewards. So from the beginning of the development, they will assist the development, agent development, system development team, that those already established linguistic resources are included as a context. We have style guides, we have glossaries, and we have also established this quality rubrics and know how to test models in the previous scenario. So all this combined can be applied for the product development governance. And here are two additional value LQA can bring. So the best way to discover the user need is actually analyzing usage data, what's typed in the assistant window. So without the linguistic expertise, the PM and product managers can struggle to understand it correctly. And this is where we are coming in. And sorry, I have some technical issue. This brings us to the, let's say, this holistic view of all the stakeholders and the relations we are building with them, and exchange of value. So we have common goals and something to bring to the table, something to learn from. For domain experts, of course, we want to have contextual relevance. We are learning specialized knowledge and bringing cultural nuance. With AI engineers, we want to choose the best or the cheapest, depending on the use case model, and make sure it's good enough. And we are learning how to work with ML, how to experiment, and bringing our test data as usual, plus the insights. And with data engineers, we are focused more on the efficiency by applying the skill set of data analysis, visualization. We can propose more data-informed solutions, how to remove some bottleneck by running small experiments, some simulations on sample data. And as I mentioned previously, product managers are people who can teach us how to discover needs and how to prioritize the needs, because we cannot fix all. We should focus on what's the most relevant, and without us, they won't be as effective for the new market. And I have one more slide about specific skills and tools. I would just briefly mention that we have two core themes. One is data analysis and automation, and the second one is AI know-how and evaluation. And one, let's say, a common theme, which is just learning and strategy. Just using new tools to learn more effectively. For example, Notebook LM works great for us as a tool supporting active learning in this rapidly changing world. So I know this presentation was pretty dense. Let's conclude. If you want to take one thing away from today, I want you to remember that in our opinion, LQA is here to stay, but it is evolving really fast, from correcting segments to architecting standards, and from focusing on volume to actually bringing the value downstream. And yeah, we are the center of cultural intelligence to all those stakeholders important for AI development. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Michael. It really, I guess you are in the stay and transform house from the previous exercise. Sounds like our skills today are useful. They're, they can be evolved into something more productive for to use with AI. There's some positive reinforcement there. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
shout out to Allegro team in the audience.
Yes, I saw some of your colleagues, and there's some good questions in there. If you don't mind taking a look and answering some. And again, if there's any that really are close to your heart and you want to discuss in the panel discussion, hopefully we have time there too.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. So let's maybe move to our next exercise for the audience. So I am going to share the Menti again. I hope you can see the QR code that you can use to log in. You can also use the menti.com and then use the code 35768302. So this is really asking you for a word. What do you think are the superpowers of the future lock team? Name your superpower. What would you like your team to have or to gain for AI?
I'm sorry, Alessandra, can you reshare?
Sure, of course. Did it pop off? Yep. Can you see that?
Yes, we can. We see the word bubble coming up.
Super, super. Okay, we're seeing some things coming up. Yeah, adaptability seems to be the strongest. System thinking, flexibility. These are things we're all good at, everybody. So we're on a pretty hopeful and positive track, I would say. Adaptability and flexibility seems to continue to be the main the main superpowers, prompt engineering, the newest skill added to the mix. Looks good, but adaptability and flexibility, man, that really applies across the board. It applies across times too. That is one thing that we've always been trained to do and quite good at in our localization and multilingual world. So I think we're pretty well positioned, everybody, to take on this revolution. Creativity just came up. Nice. I like that. And I would like to say also creativity, not only in terms of like the most traditional way of thinking, but even thinking of AI workflows and solutions using so many new opportunities we have now, I think takes some creativity. So that's fabulous. Thank you, everybody. I think that gives us a good idea of what superpowers we want to gain. So I'm going to stop sharing now and we can move on to our next presenter. So Beatrice from Trendyol, if you don't mind, there she is. Nice to see you, Bea. So yeah, as I said, Bea comes to us from Trendyol, and she'll tell us a little bit more about them. But she leads global language experience at Trendyol, where she and her team designed the multilingual system that supports the company's rapid growth, international growth. Her work combines product thinking, language intelligence, and practical AI deployment across 13 languages. She's known to build scalable language operations and helps teams gain confidence, which is really important with AI without losing sight of cultural accuracy. Prior to Trendyol, she led localization programs at Kayak and OpenTable. And prior to localization, she was a translator, university lecturer, and foreign language teacher. So language ingrained in her professional journey. And fun fact, Bea owns more wigs than most theaters, but manages to keep them all organized with the precision of supply chain system. That's hilarious. Bea, thanks for sharing that. And over to you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Okay, let's share. Thank you so much for making me part of this super interesting panel. You will find that a lot of what I'm going to say has been mentioned by my colleagues before. So we are a really interesting point, right, in localization. Many of us lived through the machine translation revolution, and it made the process faster. But generative AI is doing something different. It's changing what the whole process actually does. So at Trendyol, as Alessandra said, we're working across 13 languages. We have millions of product listings, thousands of sellers. And when you're operating at that kind of scale, you can't think of language as just something that support or a service. It has to become infrastructure. So you need to know how meaning moves through your systems, how to keep quality stable, how to make sure that humans and large language models or machine translation applications can work together without everything exploding or grinding to a halt. That's why we redesigned our whole function. We focused on flow, consistency, and on being able to spot where meaning breaks down. What I want to show you today is what a modern language team looks like when you're in a fast-moving e-commerce environment. And I'll share what we learned along the way while trying to scale up volume and quality. So first of all, it helps to understand our environment at Trendyol. Trendyol started in Turkey in 2010, and now we are a broad e-commerce ecosystem across Central and Eastern Europe and the Gulf region. We've got over 40 million shoppers connecting with a huge, diverse seller base. Technology and AI run through almost everything we do. When we expanded into new regions, the expectations shifted really fast, and every new market came with its own patterns, its own behaviors, its own signals. So we needed reliable multilingual systems early on. Without them, errors scale faster than your business does, and everything slows down. So language work cannot sit outside the pace of growth. It has to be part of how the company expands. Language becomes part of the product itself. To give you a sense of our numbers in terms of content that we process, in the last 12 months, we processed billions of multilingual content items, and our monthly throughput is in the hundreds of millions. This includes structured content like product titles and attributes, although not all of these are structured, because as a marketplace, we have a lot of seller content that is not as structured as our own. We also have unstructured stuff like user reviews, buyer and seller comments, and only the product content, the product metadata, drives a huge share of the work. And it affects search, navigation, and of course, purchase decisions. So weekly numbers for us stay high because content never stops moving. Everything's flowing continuously. The challenge isn't just about processing volumes for us. It's about keeping meaning consistent across all of these different formats. So this brings me to the real problem. The biggest challenge for us isn't scale. It's semantic control in this high velocity environment. We have seller inputs of very diverse quality. We launch markets very fast. Every launch adds complexity and risk, and contents come from everywhere and fit straight into the user experience, search and discovery. So when meaning shifts, it impacts the whole ecosystem, customers, sellers, and influencers as well, which are a big part of our ecosystem. So our job in the language function is to bring structure to this flow, which at the beginning was never designed like this. It was designed as a Turkish-only business. So AI can help with this, but only if the process around it is clear. Without structure, automation just creates more noise and amplifies the issues. So to handle this, we had to rethink localization as a system. So we reorganized everything into what we call global language experience that is sustained by 4 pillars that work together. Content operations keeps the delivery predictable and fast. It's basically integrated content, AI first, but with humans in the loop. And that's what basically most people would understand about localization. That's what we call content operations. Language solutions is building workflows and automations so that each content type receives the right treatment and goes to the right pipeline and resource. Language quality makes sure that the human signals and the model signals align. So we are doing lots of human evaluation, lots of LLM evaluation, and seeing where they differ and what we can learn from them. And then language intelligence is like our next horizon. That's where we are exploring how meaning connects to data discovery and personalization. So everything forms a closed loop, and every iteration improves the next one. The result is a multilingual infrastructure that supports e-commerce, and it's not just a service that is reacting to requests. So once we have this structure, we can focus on how AI is integrated into our systems. We have chosen orchestration as the core principle, meaning that there's a process. All content moves through a simple, visible pipeline. We use workflows to automate routing, check glossaries, decide when humans need to be involved, and we use validation rules, LLM workflows, MT, almost everything to handle multilingual tasks and quality evaluation. So human review stays definitely for us, especially for high impact content or unclear cases. The goal for us is not to use every AI tool or just add AI because it's out there. The goal for us is to build a controllable system where models behave as expected, and where evaluation and retraining or informed workflows are constantly iterated. So with orchestration in place, we can move to the human side of things. And this is where the biggest shift was for us. AI didn't remove roles, but it definitely changed them. So we had to, on the go, at that breakneck speed of e-commerce, create hybrid roles where linguistics, data, and orchestration come together. So as linguists, we still develop and maintain language assets. We do it a little bit differently than 5 years ago. As analysts, we monitor quality signals, we figure out where humans and models disagree, we obtain business insights out of this. As project managers, another role that is transformed in our view, we build automated workflows and remove friction instead of chasing tasks and delivering files. So technical confidence is actually essential across all roles. People don't need to be engineers, but we need to understand how systems work and why. Human judgment, cultural expertise, and the ability to read edge cases are central. But once the team is maturing in this direction, we can measure value more clearly. And how do we measure value? We focus on deployments rather than experiments, and we measure every single deployment. So more than half of our ad hoc content, and we call ad hoc content that content that is not integrated in product cycles, moves through automation without delay. We are aligning AI outputs and human QA, and we keep improving and retraining models with evaluation data. Each cycle closes the loop, reduces the uncertainty, but still we deal with new uncertainties. So this has enabled speed to market for us for new regions. Currently, we're confident with like 4 weeks speed to market for new languages, and lowers the effort that we need to put in. The value isn't just in the throughput or the speed, but it's in the trust that we have generated in the business. When teams trust the signals and the process, the decisions can be made faster, experiments get safer, and AI becomes useful, especially when we understand what it gets right and what it gets wrong, what it does correctly, what it does incorrectly. This, of course, also changes how leadership looks like in localization. So localization leadership, or language operations leadership, used to focus on handling volume, meeting deadlines. Now it is about designing reliable systems that shape meaning at scale. We work very closely together with engineering on model governance. We work with data science on how language signals feed personalization, and we guide consistency across markets and across the full content flow. This raises the strategic position of localization inside the company. Language becomes a layer in the product architecture, not a step at the end of a workflow. The mission expands from delivering translations to shaping meaning and shaping the customer experience eventually. So where does this go next? Triangle's AI strategy is supporting this vision. It reaches creators or influencers, sellers, customers, partners. So I'm giving here a few examples of Triangle's AI footprint. We have a seller assistant, or TAG, means partner, where sellers can get guidance. Creators and influencers can get tools to improve their performance. Customers can obtain instant support through live channels and personalization of their experience in the platform. Our role in the language experience team is to make sure that the multilingual layer stays accurate, consistent, and aligned with each market. AI helps us increase reach and speed, but human judgment anchors the trust in the system. So the takeaway that I want the audience to get today is that the future of localization isn't about translations or output. It's about designing systems that move meaning across your company or whatever environment you're dealing with. I think that teams that can build these systems will stay relevant, and teams that limit themselves to translation work will fall behind. So that's the one thing to take away from this talk. Language is not part of your company's architecture. Thank you very much.
That is a great line to leave us with, pondering. Yeah, that we are part of the architecture, the infrastructure. Especially it's visible now, right? That we are part of that. Before we may have been part of it, but we had to scream loud to be visible and to be recognized. I think AI has put us more front and center. Thank you so much, Bea. That was excellent. Another transformation team that has gone through transformation, it looks like. So yeah, thank you. There's a few questions in the chat if you want to take a look. That would be great. And then as with everybody else, hopefully we'll have time in a little bit to discuss things as a group. Okay, let's move on to our final exercise today. So we are we looked at the past or current roles. We are now going to look at the future a little bit. So what we want to do now is we want to actually take a vote for your dream team. We would like you to rank these roles that we present to you as options for future localization roles. So here they are. So an AI localization specialist, workflow automation designer, linguistic quality strategist, multilingual UX content experience lead, localization product manager, knowledge and terminology architect. The code is at the top of the screen. Let me write it in, actually. It's 35768302. Yeah, localization product manager, data and insights analyst, cultural and market adaptation expert, vendor and AI ecosystem manager, creative linguist, and copywriter. So the ranking is coming in. This can give you, a little blueprint on what your future team should look like and how you should direct your transformation. Whether you're evolving existing team members or maybe adding new people to the roster, maybe this can give you an idea of where to start. So yeah, an AI localization specialist seems to be the winner for now, with workflow automation being close behind. I guess the closest alignment or association with our current, more traditional role, like a PM versus a quality manager, terminology is always fairly up there. We all know the importance of that for AI. Of course, as I say that, it went to position 5. But there you go, folks. Here's your first blueprint of your future team. So yeah, this could be a starting approach to how
the
you
way
can,
you can rebrand your role, right?
For the way you can rebrand your role, exactly. But don't only rebrand, also upskill, like Michal told us, and like Bea also shared. These teams have gone through a transformation without throwing out the old, just evolving to the new. So thank you, everybody, for playing along. So let's move on to our fourth presenter, Arpita from Walmart, if you want to come on stage. So yeah, Arpita, hello. She's joining us from California. She is the Director of Localization, Content, and Accessibility at Walmart International. She has a background in user experience design and engineering, but she's also really spent more than a decade driving inclusive design and global localization initiatives, first at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and then leading localization and AI-driven content strategy at Walmart, one of the world's largest retailers. She's been instrumental in building and scaling AI-driven accessibility and localization capability across Walmart International, ensuring customers around the world would receive content that is not only accurate, but also culturally resonant and contextually meaningful. So for her fun fact, Arpita, learns something new every day from two sources. Her 5-year-old son, who keeps introducing her to animals she never knew existed, and her localization team, who teaches her something fresh daily, whether it's a subtle cultural nuance, a regional turn of phrase, or something uniquely human about customers Walmart serves around the world every day. Arpita, over to you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Thanks for the introduction. And speaking of new animals I've learned about, Ai is a new one my son introduced me to, which happens to be a nocturnal primate from Madagascar. If you knew about it, I am impressed. Okay, let's jump into my presentation and let me know by thumbs up if you see my screen. Awesome. Like Alessandra mentioned, I'm Arpita Shetty, Director of Product Localization, Content and Accessibility at Walmart International. I'm really excited to be here in the awesome company of other e-commerce localization leaders. And today, I wanted to share a little bit about what my team does at Walmart, but more broadly, how localization teams can power domain-adapted AI in e-commerce. Let's start with a simple truth. Customers, prefer to buy in the language they trust. And as you can see here, 76% of global shoppers prefer to buy from sites in their native language. And 40% will never buy from a site that isn't in their language. And in e-commerce, specifically where trust and clarity drive conversion, this matters more than ever. But in e-commerce, like some of the other presenters mentioned, the challenge isn't just translating content. It's ensuring translation actually reflects meaning, intent, and cultural relevance. And here's where the challenge begins. And we've all seen mistranslations like these, sometimes humorous, sometimes disastrous, but they come from real linguistic behavior of models that lack context. Like in this case, the Disney's Frozen shirt becomes camiseta con helada in Spanish. Corn dogs become perros de mes in Spanish, literally dogs made of corn. And Walmart's own private brand, Great Value, becomes Grand Valor, which loses the brand meaning and brand identity entirely. Now, these examples demonstrate a pattern. AI models understand language structure, but they don't understand the cultural and the brand context. And in e-commerce, that gap can truly break customer trust instantly. And when it comes to e-commerce content, again, this was highlighted in some of the earlier presentations, it is the most linguistically chaotic domain in the world. We are translating a living catalog of hundreds of millions of items, and thousands of new or updated items flow in every hour. We have product titles that aren't sentences, they are compressed databases. Here's one example, the Samsung Galaxy Buds. Again, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but this is not a sentence. It's a flattened attribute database squeezed into one string. Brand, model, feature, specs, compatibility, all smashed into one string. And domain adaptation becomes mandatory here because titles in e-commerce aren't written in a way that general purpose AI understands. Now, let's add seller-generated metadata. Sometimes the brand field contains the brand, as it should, but sometimes it contains the entire product title. Like in this example, the brand field should contain Straight Talk, which is a telecom carrier, but it includes the full product title instead. This completely breaks entity detection, non-translatable preservation, and downstream translation. And AI has no way to distinguish what should be translated from what must remain intact. And this is where localization teams bring order and structure. Adding to the chaos, we write like humans. Real Spanish reviews look like this. This is not Spanish. This is not in English. This is Spanglish with slang, typos, emojis, code switching, often all in one sentence. And for AI, this is incredibly hard. And for localization teams, this is everyday reality. And these reviews from e-commerce perspective truly impact trust and purchase behavior. And models trained on clean data sets don't stand a chance without domain adaptation. And even when a customer uses Spanish correctly, they might be speaking different Spanish. A customer searching for a t-shirt might look for playera in Mexico or polera in Chile, and more commonly camiseta in the US. They are all t-shirt, but if AI picks the wrong intent, the customer immediately knows this wasn't written for them. These are not interchangeable. Each carries cultural and market identity, and AI often treats Spanish as a single language while our customers do not. And this is where what the localization teams bring in, which is the geographical, cultural, and linguistic nuance, becomes a differentiator for quality and trust. Now, adding to this chaos of e-commerce content is the now growing and the rising number of AI-generated content. LLMs are generating product smart summary, rewritten seller copy, review summaries, customer service response, and this will continue to grow. And because the volume is exploding, the inconsistency is exploding with it. And scaling AI requires a framework for meaning and consistency. And that framework sits, I believe, squarely within the localization team. So now that we looked at content chaos from multiple angles, titles, metadata, review, dialects, and AI-generated content, here's the conclusion. Generic AI fails because it does not understand domain context. It doesn't know what matters, what's correct, what's allowed, what's culturally appropriate, or what the brand stands for. And this is where localization teams come in. Localization teams are emerging as the context architects of AI. We hold the knowledge that AI needs to behave correctly, what to translate, what not to translate, what carries meaning, what breaks trust, what varies by market, what is structurally important in the domain. We define the meaning, intent, trust, and cultural expectations, and we turn this content chaos into structured, teachable knowledge for the AI. So how do localization teams shape AI behavior in e-commerce? And I would like to walk through an example from Walmart to show how we do it. So let's look at how this plays out in practice with a Walmart catalog example. In this case, this item is a Straight Talk Motorola Razr. And the challenge is that this title reflects most of the challenges across the entire catalog. So let's look at the full AI life cycle of this catalog item translation. I know there's a lot on this slide, but this shows exactly where localization shapes AI understanding for the Walmart translation platform. And I'll use the Straight Talk item to explain this. So if you look at step 1 here, input ingestion. So this is where the system first ingests this title. And AI sees Straight Talk as a literal English phrase. It doesn't know it's a telecom carrier. And without this domain knowledge, it defaults to its literal translation hablar claro, which means speak clearly, which is not the intent of this brand. The step 2, entity and context creation. This is where the linguists step in. We add Straight Talk to a whitelist and define it as a non-translatable entity. Step 4, which is model adaptation. Now, because the model lacks telecom semantics, it generates the literal output, and we supply the corrected examples, the domain rules, the constraints, so the model begins to learn the category intent. And step 4, without correction, the system outputs basically what it says, blocked from speaking clearly, when the correct phrasing is blocked from Straight Talk. This is a meaning error, not just a language error. And step 5, which is the quality evaluation, our pipeline catches this through entity checks, semantic drift detection, and LLM reference comparison. It flags this as a P0 critical error, meaning immediate correction is required. And step 6, which is continuous improvement, and this is where a human in the loop shines. Linguists create a rule to say, if token is straight talk, preserve it exactly. This rule is validated, tested against examples, and then deployed globally. From that point on, the AI permanently treats straight talk as a brand. And this is localization shaping AI behavior. Now, this isn't just a workflow or a life cycle, as I showed before, but this becomes our AI domain adaptation framework. It is how we structure meaning, govern AI behavior, and ensure e-commerce output at scale. Now, I know we went through the steps with the straight talk as an example, but if you look at it from a framework perspective, step 1, input ingestion, this is the foundation of the entire framework, which if we don't capture the right domain signals, brands, attributes, sizing, carriers, everything downstream inherits confusion. This is where linguistic knowledge becomes structured inputs for AI. Now, step 2, where we talked about entity and context extraction, here is where we take the noisy, inconsistent seller content and turn it into clean, reliable signals, whitelists, blacklists, glossaries. This is linguistic governance in action. This step ensures that AI is not guessing; it's following guard rules. Step 3, the model adaptation. This is where we actually teach AI how e-commerce works. We guide the fine-tuning with domain examples. We validate synthetic LLM output and inject the constraints. And model adaptation only works when the domain is defined, and that starts with localization. Step 4, the output generation. So when AI generates the content, this phase ensures it respects the formatting, it respects the entity persistence and dialect and the customer expectations in each market. This is where translation becomes experience. Following through, the quality evaluation, retail or e-commerce quality evaluation is different from MT evaluation. We look for semantic drift, missing tokens, category errors, and mistranslations, the kind of issues that automated metrics don't catch. And this is the quality layer that protects the customer trust. And wrapping it up with continuous improvement, this is the most powerful part of the framework. Linguists create the rules that instantly change the system-wide AI behavior. And this is where human expertise becomes the AI governance. And this is not just post-editing, it's shaping the model's future output. So as you can see, the circular life cycle visual is our framework for multilingual AI at scale. And localization isn't just part of it. It truly anchors it. Now, we touched upon catalog, which is the biggest part of an e-commerce experience, but it's one of the pieces of e-commerce content. This domain adaptation framework needs to scale beyond that to every other content in e-commerce. This includes UI strings, customer support and comms, marketing and promotions, search queries and ads, accessibility content, which is, labels, alt text, captions, user-generated content, and now AI-generated content. And as AI expands, the need for contextual governance expands with it. So with that, I think it's becoming very clear that as AI accelerates, localization teams are the future of domain adaptation in every enterprise. We're becoming the stewards of meaning, the designers of constraints, the evaluators of cultural and brand integrity, and the human-in-the-loop supervisors for multilingual AI. Because AI can scale language, but only humans can teach meaning. With that, thank you for listening. Over to you, Alessandra.
And thank you so much, Arpita. It was great. It's incredible. All the things, all four presenters talked about are, familiar to all of us, but just done in such innovative, ways, and really operationalized, almost in, moving the language specialist or expertise into institutionalized organizational knowledge, which is what we've always wanted to be. So thank you very much. I would like to now invite back all the panelists. So Vladimir, Michael, and Beatrice. And maybe Constantine or Jill, how much time do we have left? How much time can we take for our chat? I think we have at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, you have 15 minutes, and then we'll come up and do a few polls, and then we can take a break.
Super. So just just shout out if we're going over, if we're getting distracted. So yes, I'm excited to have everybody back on the screen so we can have a bit of a chat. So of course the topic today is next gen localization teams. So let's keep the focus there. Many of you in your presentations talked about transforming the roles in teams today, and all of you have done it or are in the process of doing it. So maybe you can share some tips and tricks on upskilling. How do we get there? I know Michael has a whole program. He talked about unlearning, which is super curious. But yeah, how do you upskill your team to these new roles? Who wants to start?
I can start. And
go for it.
How we're doing it, mostly we all learn by doing. And we do a lot of sharing sessions, or sometimes simply sharing by like, hey, I built this, or I improved this process. This is how I did. This is how it works now. Let me know if there are any questions. So there's, some people in the team are really good at describing how they built something and or how they fixed something, and they share it. And okay, now everyone can try it. We also share, hey, today I tried this, I don't know, new application or LLM or whatever, and this is what it did. Always sharing. It's a practice. We treat it like a practice. Everything is training.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. With technology, usually if you don't get your hands dirty, it's really difficult to learn firsthand. What about any other approaches?
I would just add to that we try to organize this knowledge sharing in a way which is applicable, like from the start, from the sharing beginning. So we like to have slides, we like to have the context, but we also like to have an exercise everyone can follow immediately once the seminar is delivered. So it's very hands-on, and it's often a lot of fun as well. And as Bas said, we not strive for perfection. We strive, for the momentum and embracing the failures as well. And for the seminars, we also recently introduced a kind of forcing function for us in a remote scenario to also have some tangible gratification from staying focused after afternoon for the sometimes complex topics. And we have tests at the beginning and we have tests afterwards. And we don't focus on the objective scores. It's an anonymized test, but just on the delta, like what concepts, how our familiarity or understanding of specific concept has improved before and after the seminar. So I think it gives a nice feedback loop for the engagement into the process of learning.
That's nice. Yeah, that's a good way. So do you think, webinar certifications, even, some people are getting certified in prompt engineering or whatever. Do you think there's a place for that, or is it all about hands-on? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I can add some perspective there. Michal mentioned there's a lot of unlearning to do, and I think there's a lot of new learning to do. I think just all of those, online trainings on AI certifications, prompt engineering, and things like that are super valuable. But what I've seen on my team is, we have the luxury of having our data science team right with us in our journey and working closely with them to understand how the models work, how to express domain knowledge in this workflow, and how to establish those rules and constraints, and how to evaluate AI output. I think that's been a great partnership and great learning for the team. Yeah, I would say it's a combination of all of this new learning. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it's exchange of knowledge and expertise, because the data engineers need to also understand language, or
Yeah,
the things that we deal with in
absolutely.
language, so they would be hard, ill prepared to help us if we don't teach them a little bit about our world. So I think, in the old days, or in the almost current days in localization, we always talk about educating and evangelizing localization. I think now we are more at an even level in having conversations with, our engineers, because we have, I think, more to educate them on as well, and they're maybe more interested now than before. Have you seen that at all, since large language models and language has become a little bit more visible across the organizations? Do you feel like you have to, you know, increase the visibility of localization now like you did before? Or is it a little more understood?
It is definitely more understood, and it's a shift. Like you mentioned, it's both ways. It's data science and engineering teaching us how models work in the technical aspects of it, and us teaching them and integrating um, cultural intelligence and linguistic domain knowledge into it. I think it's both ways. I'm definitely seeing a shift of how our data science and engineering teams now understand language more because of this collaboration.
I would also want to
Hallelujah, I'd
chip
like to
in a little
say.
bit
Yeah. Yeah.
about this. Uh, yeah, I also think that it's important to try and teach engineers and data science about the language, although it fails also many times. But what I found is that when, for example, we had this chat GPT thing, and we wanted to integrate it in production. It was so complicated. I mean, I'm not a data scientist. I'm not an engineer, and it was really hard to explain people what exactly we need. We might spend weeks writing MRD document to explain people what they need to do, especially when it's cross-cultural. So it's a bit tricky. I mean, even the line breaking that I mentioned before, it's such a foreign concept to culture like Chinese. They don't have spaces in this language. They don't care. So it's quite hard. Today, forgive me for using the word vibe coding, but it actually allows our team to build a prototype, like an interactive prototype, to show to a tech. Like, hey, we need this kind of stuff, but more efficient. Can you help us build this? Because it's possible. We just need your expertise to make it run faster than we can do with our poor vibe coding skills. That's what we do a lot in our team. I mean, instruments are different. We have Lovable online available for everybody, but maybe some companies have internal stuff. Alibaba has their own LLMs, for example, and a lot of other tools. But this stuff help us. We can literally build a working systems for ourselves that we can try and expand later without involving the precious resources of the development team, which is so hard to get.
Yeah.
So I think it's important. I mean, trying to spread this knowledge of language is absolutely important, but I think we can study just a little bit, learn just a little bit of coding, and it's already enough to go into vibe code and do something useful showcase to people and to advocate for more investments in this area. So I think if somebody wanted to try and learn some Python or anything, that's a good time, because you can invest just a little time, understand just a little bit of Python, to know how to talk to Claude or ChatGPT to build this stuff.
Yeah, very good point, Vladimir. I think it goes back to a point that Bea made in her presentation, which I love, was the focus on was it deployments versus experiments rather than experiments. So really more practical, solutioning rather than just experimenting, randomly without, immediate results. So yeah, and we have a lot more that we can do now, definitely. One thing we also talked about is, we have a panel of lock leaders of e-commerce giants around the world. So you guys must have questions for each other. Like you must, have be facing the same challenges, the same victories, maybe. So, we're also wondering if we want to ask each other some questions. So we did think about this. So we have a few. I don't know, Bea, do you want to start us out with your question for the rest of the panelists?
Sure. What was the question?
The question was, I love this question, was, what's the hardest part of building AI confidence in your team? We talked about trust a lot in these presentations, so I thought this question was quite fitting. Do you want to start, Bea, since you posed the question?
Yeah, I touched on this as well in the presentation, that if your team is mostly people from a linguistic background, as is mine, there's a technical gap to cover, and it has to do a lot of time with confidence. I think it's funny because people outside of, all of our lives in localization, we have seen people thinking that language is just the thing that everyone knows, right? But now that we have to pitch the gap to the other side, we are not so sure. And I'm always telling everyone that anyone can learn this. It's just you need to put down and learn it. So yeah. What's the hardest part for you, for everyone else here, of building this technical confidence, AI confidence in the team?
Yeah, I think it goes back to, Alessandra's mentee questions, right? And making sure the team understands that these roles are evolving and transforming, and that it's not replacing the role, it's evolving their role, and that these models, AI, needs it more than they see it. And I think once localization specialist linguists understand that, and I think it's then the upskilling part of how do you build that confidence with the new learning, and helping them evolve their role and transform that role in this new world.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Okay. As you know, I was involved in data infrastructure projects. So we talk a lot today about the mindset, about the culture, etc. But I think it's also about the infrastructure, which enables actually, seamless start with, for example, experimentation. We know that learning programming, even scripting, even with the vibe coding tools, sometimes there's a learning curve of setting environments, working with new tools. So kind of removing these barriers from the process, having a UI tool where you can play around with LLMs, but not like one chat interaction, but actually have multiple outputs visualized nicely, having a data set, different metrics. This is something we're actually investing in. And we already see some tangible results. Our research engineers are not yet maybe worried about the competition from our end, but it might come. It might come very soon once we are empowered.
Cool. We have language hackathons or localization hackathons.
Exactly. This quick story of myself, how I stopped being afraid of code. I tried to learn to code for several times before ChatGPT happens, and maybe I just didn't have enough time or willpower, or I was just too stupid to understand. But you do something, you try to compile this code, it throws you an error at you. You try to Google for it, you failed. It's 1 a.m. already. You need to go to sleep and make it work. So I just gave up. I gave up several times. I take this course in Python, take this course in SQL, nothing works. But then when ChatGPT happens, I realized that I can use those bits of knowledge and, well, do the prompting, because I kind of understand what variables are, what strings are, what's the difference between float and integer. I don't need to know the syntax anymore because AI can write this for me. So it's a cool thing. I see this with my colleagues who try to do the same vibe coding, but since they don't have this like any understanding of code, they never took any courses, so we can get to the prototype very fast, the same speed. But when we need to make some changes, it's very hard for them because they don't understand anything. They don't understand how to make this prompt work, or how they should have prompted it in the beginning. So I think taking even one course of Python today will help you a lot more than the same course would give you 4 years ago. Before
4 years ago, yeah, makes sense. I see Konstantin on the screen. He's itching for a question. Go for it.
May I?
Yes, please.
Right, it's a long question. Be ready. In the past year, 2025, one of the big trends for large product companies, and especially for machine translation, has been expanding from 100 to 100 languages, further on 500 languages, maybe 1,000 languages ongoing. Google is going there, Cohere is going there, and on the buy side, companies like Canva are expanding into Africa, small languages in South America, and so on. Not the highest economic opportunity, but new populations. And I can see that e-commerce is a race right now. Last month, I've been to Saudi Arabia, and it's Trendio everywhere. You go through Riyadh, it's Trendio everywhere. Right here in Prague, you can see Allegro everywhere, right? Michal, it's no Trendio at all, but Allegro is widely present alongside the local Czech retailer. Right. Walmart is not here in Europe yet, but I wonder if there are ambitions. So my question is, what is the next frontier? Is it currently still building these workflows with better QE systems at scale, better terminology, better understanding of this e-commerce language, which is very much like a database, like Arpita, you demonstrated. It's not the usual human language. It's formulaic. It's ritualistic kind of language. It's special. Are you currently in the phase of still building up those workflows, or are you going now to expand into 500 languages? The churches have already done that. They preach to the new populations. They went there. Some of the product companies have done that, but the majority are still sitting on the fence, waiting for the best MT in India to emerge to see how they can easily do that. Maybe they can wait another couple of years and simplify their market entry. Are you currently going wider, or are you still going deeper? That was a big question.
Just don't need warehouses and logistics networks to spread the word, no? So it's a very different problem.
Yeah, I think if I can start, I think we're definitely going deeper. Given Walmart's global and international presence, we are in fewer international markets, Canada, Mexico, Chile, Central America, South Africa, and China, but that's separate. So we're definitely going deeper in terms of how we are building the foundational aspects, but towards the direction of we can scale if we need to go to a new market and add a new language to that ecosystem.
Anyone else? Thank you, Arpita.
Mm.
Okay.
I guess that's it. But that brings up the usual dilemma with localization is oftentimes these decisions are not only ours, like Bea said, it's about distribution channels, it's about payment solutions, it's about, I don't know, customer service centers. Like there's so much more to that expansion decision than just the low, like we're the easy part. Once we do it for a few languages, we can add, we figure out how to add the rest. And
I don't
once
know,
we have
Alessandra,
the
Walmart
workflows for
team
the
has built
depth.
the Walmart team has built a whole translation platform. They've been at EMNLP this year. They presented it online. It's the CPO who presents it at a huge conference full of people, right? Translation is up there in the news.
I mean, if it can make expansion decisions and drive all the other, distribution center, payment solutions, and all that, if we can be the drivers, makes it a lot more accessible, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Great. I think are we at time? I assume I see other people popping on the screen. So I just want to thank the panelists. It's been a pleasure working with you in the past few weeks, and really appreciate all your sharing all your knowledge and experience today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and enjoy the rest of the conference, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Here we are. Think I'm going to be joined by Elizabeth. There you are. Tell me, Elizabeth, do you have an exciting
It's the final
game ready for us this Friday?
Yeah, it's the final one. I think it's a more entertaining one, hopefully, to keep us awake. So, I just need access to screen sharing, if you don't mind back there, Jill. And we are ready to go. Okay. Alrighty. It's a quick one, so hopefully everyone should get a shot here.
Everybody should know this by now. I think we've been doing this for a couple of days. If you're new to the game, scan the QR code and participate.
Well, they're coming in.
Speed is of the essence here. It's not just about getting it right, but it's about being fast. So we're measuring for both. Take it away, Elizabeth.
All right, I still have a few people coming in. I'll wait till it slows down. Okay, I think. Oh, a few more popping in. We'll give it till we have about 25 and then go.
You're going to be gaining bragging rights and localization if you get these questions right. Or what's the topic of today's questions?
I did a little mix of global pop culture with AI and tech.
Okay.
So it's a mixed basket of things. Okay, I'm gonna get started.
Do it.
Make sure we've got everybody. And here we go. Which movie popularized the phrase? This one I hope should be easy. I hope.
Yeah, those millennials, are they watching those old movies, Elizabeth?
No, I feel like millennials, well, I'm a millennial. I feel like us millennials know this movie.
Okay.
I think it's the Gen Zs that don't. They're too young.
All right, I think everybody got this right, more or less. Let's.
Yep. Good.
Question number 2. Which chess champion famously lost to IBM's Deep Blue? Was it Magnus Carlsen, Gary Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, or there's option 4?
It's like, I swear my option 4 were in
We've
there.
been seeing option 4 since Wednesday morning.
And the option 4 is always the funny one. So I'm kind of sad that my funny one does not want to save. Ooh,
Embryo is leading the pack.
It is. Oh. Okay. Let's hope option 4 is a real one.
Which robot character is known for saying does not compute?
No, not again.
Option 4, Wally, Bimax, or Bender from Futurama.
Ooh. Oh, that was close. I love whoever put their name as Beyonce. We could only hope Beyonce will be playing. All right, let's see if option 4 is a real one this time.
Which company created the virtual assistant Cortana? Was it Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, or the Halo Fandom Union?
Glad my option 4 appeared. Ooh. Glad a good majority got that one right. Oh, look at that. Beyonce's moving up in the ranks. Who knew she made it?
How many questions are we doing this morning, Elizabeth?
I've got 15, but we can end it whenever we want to.
Okay. What video game features the AI villain GLaDOS? Is it
my option
Half-Life,
4.
BioShock, Portal, or option 4?
I need someone to choose option 4 just to help me feel better.
There's two people that chose option 4, Elizabeth.
I feel supported. I don't know why the option 4 did not save. All right. Yeah.
In which movie does AI HAL 9000 appear? If you don't get this one right, you're in the wrong place this morning. That's such an important movie.
Or if you click option 4. Okay, a good majority. I'm proud.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's close.
Which robot is known for the quote, danger, Will Robinson? Is it C3PO, robot from Lost in Space, R2D2, or option 4?
I feel like people are gonna go to sleep and only hear option 4 in their sleep.
Option 4 will be one of the defining phrases of this GenAI conference, Elizabeth.
It will. I feel like I contributed somehow. Almost there.
I think we should do 10 questions. That puts us right at the top of the hour. And I'm sure that Maria Sukhareva is waiting in the wing really impatiently. What technology powers Mario's voice in modern games? Is speech-to-speech AI, classical voice acting, or pre-recorded audio effects?
I'm very disappointed because option 4 is actually very funny.
Oh dear, I'm getting a lot of these wrong.
Option 4 was a real Italian plumber. So this one I remember. So I'm disappointed it did not show. And then I think, what are we at? Yeah, be 2 more then.
The character Data is an android from which franchise? Is it Star Wars, Star Trek, Mass Effect, or the IT department?
Not option 4 this time.
I only know the first 2 of these. I have no idea what Mass Effect and the IT department are, but it's Star Trek. All right, one last one, Elizabeth.
Yep. Well, the IT department is the fake one.
Let's do it. Let's do it and crown the winner of this break.
Carl making a comeback.
Which AI assistant appears in Her 2013 movie? Is it Cortana, Jarvis, Samantha, or option 4?
I guess at least we got to end on option 4. Mentimeter does not want me to have 4 options. Woo!
It was Samantha. Who's the winner of this break?
Hey. Well, it's gonna be close. I'm probably gonna say this wrong. Ambriel it is. It's been Ambriel and Sasha, I feel like back to back. So
Good job, both of you guys. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for entertaining us a couple of minutes. I think we are ready for Maria Sukhareva. I'm super excited. Last month in Saudi Arabia, I gave a presentation on agentic AI, and then I noticed that Maria has the pleasure of joining us this morning, and she's going to be pushing or presenting on the very same thing. She has way more experience than I, so I'm super excited to see what she's come up with. Maria, welcome. You lead AI adoption at Siemens, where you've been building these workflows powered by agentic systems long before the term became fashionable, and your work sits where engineering meets localization. So welcome to the show, and take it away. We're listening and sitting at the tip of our seats.
Right. Thank you, Stefan, for introducing me. I hope you hear me well, right? Like if something...
Perfect. Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, I see we both have professional microphones. So similar match.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. I will say a few words about myself. So indeed, I'm a principal key expert in AI in Siemens. And before Siemens, I used to work in BMW as an NLP specialist. And before I was in research, and my focus was machine translation, text normalization for low resource languages. Particularly, I worked a lot with historical languages like Middle Low German, Middle English. Some even at some point there was even Mesopotamian languages like Sumerian. So I have also linguistic background, though mostly now I have been doing like deep learning and machine learning, but in a different life, many years ago, I actually graduated from translation department, and even like in Russia, because where I'm from, where I did this, I am a certified translator, so I can sign the translation even though I never worked as a translator, and I graduated in 2008, left Russia, moved to Germany, and never worked as one. But I mean, because of my work in machine translation and in translation in general, I kind of understand the challenges in there and how the processes work, and know some tools. So yes, and what I'm doing now, I'm also like a principal key expert in AI. I also have my little business with called AI Realist. I decided to create it because I had a feeling there are so many AI experts popping out like mushrooms after the rain when ChatGPT appeared, and there are very few there who actually have an honest data-driven approach to what AI is and what AI agents are. And from my presentation, you will see that, I mean, once a researcher, always a researcher. You will not be maybe as good in marketing, but you have to be truthful and based on the facts, maybe as opposed to large language models. So let us dive in now into the presentation, and let's hope I can share my screen and everything. Let me see how this is working. Okay, because I'm not a Zoom person, so.
Probably you have to go to the middle to the share button.
Alt
Yeah,
S.
I'm here and I see application windows. Oh, okay. So I can do. Okay, what do you guys see? You don't see anything. Oh my God, oh no.
You're usually on Teams, Maria, right?
Yes, I'm on Teams. Guys, I'll be back in 1 second. It tells me to restart Zoom. Like the
Interesting, Stefan, right?
Okay,
Maria
so
was
here
a
we are.
translator and became a key AI expert. How many of us in the audience have actually done the same? I also graduated as a translator. I do machine translation. Write
Adam
the chat if
Adam
it's also
raised
your
his hand.
story. Romina says that's also her story.
Adam raised his hand. Well, Adam, what's your story? You feel like sharing it with us?
Francesca
I started as a medical translator during my PhD studies when I was working in languages and literature. So that was my beginning, Stefan.
I was once a translator for the Belgian Navy. That's how long my localization input goes back. Maria is back.
And I'm off.
The host isn't allowing sharing for this meeting.
Yeah, so the host needs to allow you to share. I will.
Yeah.
Here. You should.
All right. Perfect. Now
you should be able to. You should be able to share right now.
Yeah, perfect. Now you should see my presentation.
Oh, good.
And let's see. All good, right? Do you see my?
We're all good. We're off to the races, Maria.
Fantastic. So, all right. So today we are talking about agentic AI with Microsoft 365 Copilot. I mean, a lot of companies currently have this product, and let's see how about the people here. But we will talk about agentic AI in general too. So let's just dive in directly with the foundations and our favorite Mentimeter in the beginning. So I want to ask everyone this question. Imagine the world, imagine we are back to 2021. All the large language models disappeared. We are now back to the point where we had Google Translate as the best NLP solution there, the best generative AI solution. And there's no ChatGPT, there is no Gemini, there is no Microsoft Copilot, and nothing else. So if this happened, how would your life change? So you should be able to write the answer in there. Please let me know if something doesn't work with Mentimeter. Do not be quiet. I see already answers are coming, but let's see till more people will reply, because that would be very interesting to hear. So yeah, so that's and let me maybe meanwhile, while you guys doing this, I will just share the Mentimeter screen, what I see, so that everyone also sees the answers. I need to get used to Zoom, really.
It should allow you to pick whatever screen you want to under the share options.
Hey, Maria, you might want to stop sharing and then reshare the screen you want to share.
Yeah. Oh, I think I found where advanced sharing options. I mean, we are here for 2 hours, so I think in 2 hours I will be super skilled at this. So, and you, while you're answering, yeah, that's what you should be able to see. So let's see what answers are coming in. So it would be peace for someone. Back to Paleolithic era. Good. I would cry and join the clergy. You see, so people love LLMs, right? It wouldn't affect me much, so someone is not affected yet. I can't write complete sentences anymore. Yes, like LLMs, they completely killed my ability to spell. Like each time when I'm writing a blog or I'm writing something and I need to post-edit like 2 sentences, then eventually someone will point out that I have the spelling mistakes exactly in those sentences. So, yeah. I would buy Bitcoins. Yeah, me too. I will have to change the company. name again? You wonder what's the company name? So yeah, looks like mostly we have a very positive feedback about AI. So I can say for me, I would definitely be spending much more time on coding and also much more time on writing and even like the boring tasks like writing emails and particularly writing emails in German would take much more time. So but the most saving part is, of course, artificial languages and the AI for coding. And that's where I believe the models are probably the strongest currently. All right, so I guess everyone who wanted to say something said something. After this training, you will also all can get the slides from Mentimeter. So all the data that we are collecting there are there for everyone. And let me stop sharing and switch back to the presentation. All right. So. All right, so we have now the training about Microsoft 365 Copilot. Well, why are we doing Microsoft 360 Copilot? A lot because the whole motivation behind the Copilot, it might be not the most popular currently generative AI application. By the way, I already switched for the next Mentimeter slide, which is the question is if you use Microsoft 365 in general, if you use Word, Excel, Teams, Outlook in general, not Copilot, but just the Office package. Because a lot of people who work in the companies currently, particularly in Germany, but I see a lot of people here from the US, we all kind of in the Microsoft infrastructure. And Microsoft Copilot adoption is growing fast. They are extending their offers, especially offers for building the custom agents. They talk about the productivity growth and almost 500 companies, almost 70% of Fortune 500 companies, they use Microsoft 365 Copilot. So it also brings quite good revenue to Microsoft. And in general, I still think that this product is being developed kind of in an initial stage. There's still lots to improve, but it looks like that will be a standard package of Microsoft offer. So let me then go to the next slide. And of course, I need to talk about what large language models are before we jump into this, because currently there's a lot of talk about how AI will replace our jobs, how it will take over, how it will be basically something that might even lead us to AGI or might lead us to the extinction and so on. So especially there's lots of hype coming from the LLM providers. But what is a large language model? Large language model, like language modeling, particularly if, I don't know how many people here worked in machine translation. If you worked in machine translation, I mean, built machine translation systems, like language modeling is not new for you. This is a model that has one job. This job is to predict the next token. Token is a subword, a substring, based on the provided context. So, for example, we have a prompt, what is the capital of France, question mark. And then our probabilistic model sees, okay, I see capital, I see France, I see question mark. So from the whole vocabulary that I have, which word is most likely to appear after question mark? Well, France, capital, question mark, what? The model probabilistically says, well, high probability that the word should be Paris. So it predicted Paris. then it continues predicting further on. So I predicted Paris. What word comes after Paris? Well, after Paris, what could come? Like it could come, there should be some kind of a verb, right? Most likely a copular verb, like a variant of to be, right? Like, for example, am is very unlikely, are is very unlikely, is would have a high probability. So it predicts is, and it continues to predicting the, capital, and so on. So what LLMs do here, they rely on patterns that they have observed in a large amount of data. They learn probabilities from those patterns, and they predict the next tokens. What LLMs do not do, and do not do as compared to humans, LLMs do not have a communicative intent. So when humans talk, we have an intention, usually, hopefully, to do something. We do not just say something because it's likely to be said in this situation. We want either to inform or to praise or to make a promise, or maybe someone wants to offend someone or hurt, to lie, but there's or misinform, but there's always a communicative intent. Also, we hear a lot about reasoning models. So LLMs reason, and this is the path to AGI. There is no reasoning. Reasoning, it's a reasoning trace. It's basically derivational trace, where it predicts tokens in the same way, and it looks like reasoning. But again, LLMs do not have any intention to reason or explain or to provide you an answer or anything like this. So when you ask a large language model to explain its decision, obviously it's not explaining anything. It just continues predicting the next token. And as in case of any machine learning, it can be not precise, accuracy can be poor, or something can create problems there, and the answer might be wrong. So this is the problem with large language models, that they do not lie, do not hallucinate. They completely disregard the factuality and truth, because they have no interest, or they cannot have any interest. They have no intent to be factual or truthful. And this is a very interesting aspect about them. That's why, for example, Emily Bender called them stochastic parrots, and kind of is very skeptical about their quality and adoption, because they do not understand the language, do not understand the processes that happening in the language, do not have the representations, like conceptual representations like humans have. They basically just rely on probabilities. So let's go to the next slide. So now let's talk about how Microsoft 365 Copilot works. This is fairly straightforward here. So the advantage of Microsoft Copilot is that it's integrated with the Microsoft ecosystem. This is probably the biggest advantage of it. So it can access your Word, Excel, Teams, Outlook. It can do certain actions. For example, it can send an email for you. It can write a message for you in Teams. It can read your SharePoint files, your OneDrive files, and basically whatever there is on Microsoft out there. So this is a big advantage of this. Also, another advantage is that Microsoft Copilot does not store does not train models on your data. This is particularly important, for example, for those who are in Europe and the GDPR and so on. So one of the big selling points of Microsoft is that, for example, if you go to OpenAI website, ChatGPT, everything that you put in there can be used for training the model. Microsoft explicitly says that they are not going to do this. And they also do not train the model. They use OpenAI models there. So let's take a look what exactly is happening here. Because frankly speaking, the way Copilot is built is very simple to understand. It's not really rocket science here. So what's happening? So sometimes people say, "Oh, we will train the model on your data." You know, like salespeople come over to your company and they say, "We will train the model on your data." Well, this is not true. The model was once trained and frozen forever. This is the model by OpenAI, for example, ChatGPT. The model never changes unless OpenAI decides to train the model. What they mean by training is something different. It's called retrieval augmented generation. So the model never changes. They do not train. This is misnomer at the worst possible way. What's happening though, when you query a question, like when you want to add your documents into the system, what's happening is the documents, they go into a search engine. So it's called, like, for example, search index. And from this search index, when you ask a question, first the large language model formulates the query and searches in the search index, in the search engine, relevant documents or relevant parts of the documents that would be relevant to answer your question. Then they take these parts of your document, packs it into how it's shown on my slide here. It packs into the prompt, so that's the context information. Then it takes the system prompt, the one that configures the behavior of the Copilot, for example. Then it takes your user prompt, and most likely it also passes some kind of a metadata about you. Most likely. We do not really see this. Or cannot check. And they assemble the final prompt, and send this to the language model. And then you have some kind of review. So Copilot is actually annoyingly strong on this on the toxicity filter, because it keeps on filtering a lot of things that are not toxic and saying that I'm violating OpenAI guidelines, which is not true. But for some reason, when I ask something him about my cat Cusco, like Cusco, like Peru, my cat's named Cusco, it thinks that I don't know, violating OpenAI guidelines and refuses to tell me. I don't know why my cat is so offensive. But anyway, yeah, then it reviews it and then gives you the answer. And where's the context is found, where this search engine searching for the answers? Well, this is in so-called Microsoft Graph. So that's where all your data that you have in the Microsoft system, they are somewhere there in this graph, and it navigates through this Microsoft system and searches for the relevant data, for example, your emails, chats, calendar, and so on. So this is a Copilot in a nutshell. And what we understood here is, remember, it's not even LLM that's important, because let's be honest about Copilot. If you compare the quality of Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, with OpenAI quality models, you might feel like that there is a gap. And the gap is mostly coming from the point that search is the key, because if Copilot cannot, if the search will not retrieve the right information, the model cannot produce the correct answer. Even worse, if the model, and it most likely what happens, right? Because search is basically keyword search, right? If the model retrieves something, if the search retrieves something that is kind of similar, sounds similar, has the same wording, and passes it to the model, but not exactly what it is, the model is not smart enough to figure out that the context is wrong, and then it still tries to compile some kind of an answer with this context and your prompt, and then you wonder why it hallucinated so badly. Well, this is usually the reason of hallucinations in Copilot and similar RAG bots that you see around, that usually the retrieval part fails rather than the model itself. So it simply didn't find the right context, or something happened there. So search is the key. And to augment this, this is grounding. So adding the search is called grounding, and this is the term. So you need in this to make sure that the model manages to find the right data. And sometimes you can somewhat control it, for example, by explicitly providing the path to the correct file, or kind of trying to limit this, like do not put too much context there, do not put massive prompts, like make sure that, for example, if your chat history is not relevant to what you have been chatting before, start a new chat. Why? Because chat history is being passed to the model again, and then it tries to unify your irrelevant chat history, the context that it retrieved, prompt, and might again compile something strange. And of course, what we have as a problem with these models, it's this part, the determinism. Many people observe that each time something different comes out. And it's good if something different comes out that is semantically the same. But sometimes the model can say yes to an answer and sometimes no. And this is the general problem with LLMs. They are in general non-deterministic. There's currently some research to try to make them non-deterministic, but from the user side, and honestly, there are no prompt engineering techniques or like that the user can make these models deterministic. That's out there on the side of the model providers. So if you see that the model keeps on giving different answers or conflicting answers, it's probably not even like your prompt or even your something that you could do that too. So let me go to the next. And now we are talking about Microsoft Copilot, but honestly, whatever you use there, may it be Google Workspace with Gemini, or maybe there will be another integration with the ecosystem coming out. For example, OpenAI Enterprise is currently trying to provide their services. They all work to the same principle, like search and LLM. They all use the same underlying tech stack there. So the user interface changes, principles stay the same. So what you need to do if you want this thing to work better, then you need to make sure that you minimize the problems with searching for the context. So you might want to specifically say in which document to look up, provide it as a context, select the slide, and so on. Then you want to prevent the large language model from guessing. So when you do not tell the model what exactly you want out of as an answer, it starts guessing. So better just like tell it like what output you want, short, long, what's the goal of it. Might sound strange, but I would say do not overthink prompt engineering, because there is a lot of this current hype about prompt engineering as if it's something serious. Prompt engineering is not engineering. It's prompting. There are some patterns that you might want to learn. There's something, but in theory, this is a necessary evil that we have to do, because theoretically, a perfect model should have the same semantically similar prompts, output semantically similar output. Unfortunately, currently, they depend on white space, whether it's Markdown or XML tags, how you word it, which words you capitalize, and so on. So those templates are useful, but if you will be building complex prompts and saving them, I can tell you tomorrow OpenAI quietly switches the model, or Microsoft uploads a different model, and all your prompts will stop working. So, and there is nothing productive about iterating prompts forever. So try a little bit of iteration. If it doesn't work, doesn't work. And many people also do this mistake. They think that if we put all the instructions into the prompt, make it very, very detailed, very specific, it will be good for the model, because then it has seen everything. No. This is actually one of the common ways to jailbreak the model and make it produce something toxic, give you non-existing discounts, and so on. Why? Because there's such thing as instruction overload. When you give too many instructions, you basically create some kind of a gambling, which instruction will be paid to. And the approach to jailbreak the model is you provide lots of random instructions and hope that all the guardrails and all the system prompting will be forgotten. So if your prompt is massive and has lots of instructions, you basically playing with it, trying to see which instruction will be forgotten. And it might be an important one, it might be not. So also do not think that if you put everything in the prompt, it's going to help. Make it better small tasks. Do not do multitasking for this. Separate task and do small prompts for small tasks. That's the best way. Again, clean the context. So as I said already, chat history should be relevant because it's passed to the model. Keep changes small, because if you, a very bad example probably for translators, pack the whole document. I mean, I'm sure professional translators don't do this, but put the whole document and ask the model to translate it at once. Obviously, the model will most likely forget some sentences, will invent some translations and so on. And when you do it in big chunks, the models are very fluent. It will be almost impossible to figure out what's wrong and where it messed up. And the models are also trained in an interesting way. When they're trained, they are shown examples and they're shown the goal of what it needs to produce, right? So you can also put some kind of acceptance gates. For example, check that output is no more than 5 sentences, check that you do not use em dashes, check that you have this style. And actually, agentic AI will start self-correcting and doing some self-reflection. Also, reasoning models in the background, they should do this till they comply with your acceptance gates. So this could be a good approach to do so. All right, so now let's get to the agentic part. The agentic part is something that's very, very, very hyped nowadays. And here I want to show something from the latest ACL tutorial on human AI and collaboration. This is from their slides. This part, this is the level of autonomy. We will see this diagram later. So what is changing here? Like AI wants to change, tries to change the paradigm in a way. So the idea is that before, a human was the main actor, and now we want to end up there where AI is the main actor and human is the observer. So in the perfect world, a human just sits there and the AI sends the emails, writes the code, and so on. Currently, most of our processes, they are fit for human as an actor, which means, for example, in a typical corporation world, if you want to do some kind of bureaucratic process, like to fill out, I don't know, for example, you got a present and you want to figure out how to put it into the system, how much you were allowed to take and so on. And this is a very human-centric process because you need to go to read some kind of Wikipedia on this, some kind of wiki or maybe SharePoint page. On this SharePoint page, you will have an email of some person who works with it. You might want to message him. This person will reply to you. They will send you some form to fill out. If you are lucky, you are done there, but maybe you also need to fill out another form. Maybe you need to read another wiki and so on. And for humans, this kind of works because they have common sense. They can follow up nicely. They do not need APIs to access wiki, to send emails to the person. They can just ping a colleague on Teams and ask, hey, how did you do this? The AI works differently. They need a agentic infrastructure to be there. So they need access through connectors, APIs. They need to have clear instructions. They cannot just ping a colleague and ask how to do this. They sometimes wikis that we have and SharePoint instructions that are there, they're not good enough for this type of LLMs. That's also not how you explain the workflow to an LLM. And the processes themselves are frequently not fit for this, because the best process for agentic AI is the one that you can formalize in terms of if to then, or in a set of instructions, and you can draw a diagram. If you cannot formalize the process easily, or even worse, you don't even understand the process and nobody in your company really understands the process, then obviously there's absolutely no way to explain this to the agents. They are definitely not cognitively there to understand all those complications that we usually go in our everyday bureaucracy. So frequently people now, especially in the enterprise world, you hear that people want to jump on building agentic AI to automate repetitive tasks, tasks that take a lot of time and so on, and jump onto it without looking, do we have infrastructure? Do we have connections? Is our process formalizable? Is this really how much it relies on the human common sense and so on? And they build these use cases, and then the use case doesn't work, or nobody uses it, or the quality is very poor, because obviously if you pass to an AI a graveyard of SharePoints and start asking questions about it, nothing good will come out. So now let's get to the agentic large language models. I promise I will stop talking soon and we will do some exercises. But let's get to this. I'm almost at the end of my talking. So agentic large language models, they have now two jobs. Remember, large language models had one job, predict the next word. The language models that are also agentic, they also have another job. They need to predict the tools. So here's a stochastic parrot with tools. So they need to figure out what to do next. And one of my favorite tasks or tests to see how good this stuff really is in terms of figuring out the tools and how far we are from AGI is asking, well, now they hard-coded it, but before it was asking ChatGPT to count R's in strawberry. One would think, like, who cares? Like, we know that there are tokens, so what's the point of counting R's in strawberry? But this is actually a very good test for tool use, because yes, large language models, they cannot count letters because they operate on a higher level. They operate on the level of tokens. They don't know what a letter is. The only way for them to reliably do this is to use a coding compiler, for example, Python, like a code, to write a code that that counts letters in a string. And that's possible. Like, they have access to this tool, and sometimes they even figure out that that's what they need to do. So they trigger this tool, they write the code, and then they were returning the correct answer. But usually it would just spit out the wrong number, like, for example, 2, and wouldn't manage to figure out that it needs to call the tool. And this is very, very difficult. And this is really what puts us very far away from any kind of AGI or anything like this, because there's if you do not predefine the tools, or if you do not tell which tool to use, there are basically almost infinite amount of possible tools and tool chains that the LLM could invoke to solve different tasks. So currently, when we have tools like MCP servers, for example, in GitHub Copilot or the Microsoft Copilot, you can yourself, and I'll show how, write these tools and then provide them to an LLM. And the problem here is in GitHub Copilot, if you provide more than 30 tools, then the GitHub Copilot starts complaining that, well, too many tools, I cannot reliably choose the one that is need to be used. Microsoft Copilot is the same way. If you provide more than 10 tools, it starts getting confused which one to call. So you see, and it's already that you predefine the set of tools and define the tools, describe them, when to use, how them to use, and then think about that these tools are usually not just used on their own. You need to build workflows of those tools. So this whole agentic setup and agentic LLMs taking our jobs, they are cognitively not there. They're very, very far from this point of creating these workflows and actually being capable of reliably produce and create the tools. So let's get to the next point. Yeah, so in our Copilot sense, Microsoft Copilot, here's an example what the LLM does, what are the available tools. It could be, for example, a Jira connector. And in Jira, or Jira, I don't know how you guys pronounce it, we say Jira in German, you have, you can say to the LLM, create an issue, and it calls the tool, and you get an issue like it. You can tell the Copilot, look up what open issues I have, and it's getting it's printing your open issues. It can send an email for you. It can look up something on SharePoint. It can message someone on Teams and so on. So the part that makes generative AI agentic are these tools, because LLMs, they just talk and they tell you what to do. And the agentic part does it. This is the difference. It's not algorithmically difference, it's the tools on top of this. And now what's Microsoft Copilot and what it's good for? So we already know it's an in-suite assistance, LLM assistance. The strongest part of it is privacy and data. It's the main selling point of it, I would say, that it's in Azure, it's all secure, and we can rely that our data saved there as a business. So it's great for if you work in Microsoft ecosystem. So if you need a secure environment and that works in Microsoft ecosystem, that's a good tool for you. In general, it's weaker than ChatGPT, and this is many reasons for this are out there. Like, for example, they use older models. Copilot is still doesn't have GPT-5 as a default. It still uses GPT-4.1 as the default. It still informs you that GPT-5 is in preview, and today is the 5th of December, and I think GPT-5 came out 5th of August. It's, again, is not trained together with all those tools, and kind of is not integrate. The model is not as well integrated into the ecosystem of Microsoft as it would be, for example, into the OpenAI enterprise integration, obviously, because OpenAI would probably train the model to work together with their tools, like to know when to call their search, in what format, and so on. So it's qualitatively, it's going to be inferior to OpenAI models, and I think we all see this, that it's not there. So now we have Mentimeter, and I already see some of you answering it. Let me share the link again. And you go to Mentimeter. I hope you all already have this, or do you need the... Or maybe someone can post the link to the chat, to the Mentimeter in the chat. Maybe it's simpler. Let me just share the link with you. And there you go. So I shared the link, and let me share the results. So here. So the question is, how frequently do you use Microsoft Copilot? Never. I'm not surprised. But we have quite a few people who use it all the time. That's great. I use it at my work because that's our secure environment. I'm not allowed to use Gemini or ChatGPT or anything like this because they, for Siemens data. So to be compliant, I have to use it, and that's our standard. And let's go now to the next question on Mentimeter. Do you use other tools? And what do you use? So I put here, I forgot Claude, unfortunately. So if you use Claude, you can put other. And I think other will be mostly Claude. Yeah, you can see how ChatGPT is losing market to Gemini. Gemini 3.0 is a very good model. I just got my pro subscription yesterday for Gemini because I kind of feel like it's time. Before I had ChatGPT. I also quite like Kimi K2 for agentic stuff, for like website building and so on. Minimax I use almost exclusively for video and photo audio generation. They have a great platform. But those two, Kimi K2 and Minimax, they are Chinese. So obviously your data goes somewhere. All right, so let's see. So we have, let's see the previous question. So we have 6 people who use Microsoft 365 Copilot all the time. 10 people, 10. Well, basically 14. And we have a lot of people who uses something else. So I have a feeling that it's not only strictly because we have you have not access to it. Yeah, Copilot is kind of expensive and it needs a separate license, but I can imagine there are also different reasons. I mean, if you guys have both Microsoft Copilot and ChatGPT or Gemini, maybe you can write in the chat why you prefer other solutions. That would be interesting to hear. And I'll then, let me see what's, okay, let's ask that question later. Okay, so back to our presentation. I think I'm almost mastering sharing now. All right, so now we have a short comparison with the other platforms. So my honest opinion here that the biggest benefit of Microsoft Copilot is ecosystem integration and data privacy. So this is the advantage of it. Qualitatively, OpenAI and currently Gemini would be in the lead. Gemini is also fantastic for multimodal and vision output. So Nano Banana Pro is amazing there, and they have a very good workspace integration, and also Gemini workspace. It's also secure if you're a business. So, but if you're in Microsoft the infrastructure as a business, yes, then it's the logical choice is Microsoft 365 Copilot to keep your data secure and have it grounded with the people's data. For private use, I mean, I would say OpenAI or Gemini if you're not a business. All right, so now we're going to do some practical exercises. And I know that not everyone has a Copilot, not everyone has the license. So I will be basically just, what I want to learn from this is, yeah, so let's go to the next slide. And the question is, have you built agents with Microsoft Copilot before? Just curious if anyone, oh, there is one person who has done it. If anyone has tried this. Oh, so we have, I mean, we have a couple of people who have seen this, but what I, in general, want to show to you is kind of demystify what those agents are, because they sound very fancy and they sound like there's a lot of talk about how they will replace workforce and how we will lose our job for them. But if you see how they build, what they're doing, and what it looks like, I think you will be much more secure in this sense, and you will see that they are tools, and also very importantly, you will get to understand what they can do and what they cannot do. So you will see how to use them and maybe build them for themselves, because there are two things that harm adoption of AI. First, of course, it's the lack of knowledge of what it is, or like not kind of underestimation of its capabilities. But another thing that hurts adoption of AI is drastic overestimation of its capabilities. Because, for example, in my work, I constantly see people who come with insane use cases and say like, but agentic AI can do this, but I saw this consultant, had this company telling us that they can do this. And then when they see how this is actually built, they understand what kind of tools they are. So I hope that when you see how we are building them, you will have somewhat of a feeling how efficient they are. Yes, and this will be later. This I will ask you later. And let me go back to sharing the presentation. Second. Very. Yeah. All right. All right, so first I want us to open, or I will show you the Microsoft Teams, and I want to show you like how you find agents there. There are quite a few pre-built agents. They are already easy to use. You can already just activate them in your Microsoft Teams and chat with them. So there are a few agents that I found interesting. So there is a Jira Cloud agent. So if you have a Jira that you use at work, you can connect it and then you can get your items, you can modify them. Interesting, the Stratus agent from my translator's education. I remember that this is something for saving translation memories, and that's translating assistance. So I don't know if people still use this tool or if it's already outdated, but maybe it could be interesting for some translators here. And then we will have a demonstration.
There's about 8,000, at least 8,000 companies that still use it. So it's a big tool.
Oh, great. Yeah. So I'm not completely
Maria,
outdated.
I have a quick question. I have a quick question for people that are following along, maybe experimenting along in Microsoft 365 Copilot. Where can they find the agent store
I'll show. I will start sharing my screen now. Just want to, and yeah, there is like some presentation. So So let's take a look at this for agents, and I'm going like that's the thing today that I need to constantly share the screen. Stop sharing. All right. Okay, so let me share my Teams that you can see it. Here's the Teams. Right, so you see I'm in my Teams. And if you... That's very strange,
Maria, your volume has gone down significantly. I don't know why.
Oh, really?
There we go. Yeah, it was the microphone.
That's very... Okay. So you see that we have I mean, I don't know what this bug is, like my license was activated forever, but okay, so if you go here into Copilot, you should actually be able to see all agents over here. So if you click on all agents, then you should be able to see what you have as agents. These are mine that I built or edit. Then you have something that is built by Microsoft and some featured ones like Canva and so on. And here you can explore a whole list of various agents. Maybe if you see something that you use on a daily basis or some kind of a system, for example, like Snowflake Cortex agents, interesting, they have a connection here. Service desk, you can edit. They usually then ask for the license or access.
Maria, sorry to barge in. The sound is still a bit low. I guess we maybe
Really?
need to lower the microphone a couple of centimeters.
Okay. Is this better?
This is better, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Keep on telling me like if something's off. That's really strange that it's doing this. But anyway, so you can explore here, and then you can very easily add them. I'll just add them here. Like you click add, and then you will have it. How to know if you have a Copilot license? You should have this button activated. If this button create agent is not clickable or is not activated, then you do not have Copilot license. I have Copilot license. I don't know why this thing is telling me. It's just a Microsoft bug disappear. And then you can go to the agent. So let's, for example, try a research agent. So what this research agent can, and here you see the connection to your Microsoft ecosystem. So for example, I can ask, can you, oops, that's the wrong language. Let me ask, can you tell me what meetings I have today? And it's taking some time, but yeah. There you go. So it found the blocker. So the blocker was for this time. And then you can ask, for example, can you look up Kate Vosokova emails and figure out if the meeting is in Zoom or Teams. And now it will be going through my emails. We'll be looking up for this person, and we'll be researching if it's yeah, you see it's like looking at for the emails. You can see what it's doing. It honestly takes quite a bit of time. Like I already ran this experiment, so it did it for a while, but I can already show to you that if I go here, And I already asked this question. Can you look up emails from Kate and find out if I need to use Zoom or Teams for this call? Then it says, it finds that it's Zoom and summarizes the email and also outlines the confirmation over the workshop. So yeah, so this is how you could use this researcher. So you can, and another way to ask it is, for example, ask to analyze the latest emails. I'm not going to do this on public, but another good thing to do is to go through your latest emails and figure out if like what open tasks you have. So it goes through the emails and sees if you haven't replied to someone, if there is an open inquiry, and it makes a list of action items for you of what you need to do and who to reply to. And that's quite nice because sometimes some emails they go forgotten, and this thing can help you to find if you forgot something, if you have a lot of emails. So yeah, so you can try it and see if it works for you, and also explore other agents. All right, so let's go back to the presentation. And I wonder how many people. Oh, there is a question. Also, if there are any questions in chat, you can, if anything important, you can always tell me, and I can reply.
Somebody in chat is asking, am I charged for using an agent if I don't have the paid Copilot business license?
For you not charged per agent. Can you use them? This is what I'm not sure about. You definitely cannot build one. Just go there and try. If it allows you to get this agent, you will not be charged invisibly. So it's either you cannot do it, or if you can do it, you do it for free. So build one, definitely not, but using it's, I think it's possible, but better check. I'm not sure actually about this. So yeah, this is the example that I said. You can go through, it can go through your email and give you such to-dos. For example, people who are waiting for me, someone's like waiting for me to draft an AI workshop, follow up on idea, and I'm waiting on others for other things, for booking a workshop and respond to collaboration idea. So that's quite nice. I saw this and actually I immediately did this draft because I indeed almost forgot. All right, so now we are going to build a simple agent. First, we're going to build a simple agent, then we're going to build a difficult agent. So we are going to build a simple agent in Copilot Microsoft Studio. Let me send you the link in the chat. So, also, by the way, I wrote an article on AI Realist with this tutorial. It's free for everyone, accessible for everyone. These slides, instructions, how to access the setup, it's all there. So you also can go there, and all the links, so all the values that we put, it's all there. So you can go there and also do this tutorial afterwards. Set it all up. It's all much more detailed than the slides, and so you can use this too. And let me quickly send you the link to the chat if I figure out where the chat is here. There you go. And let's go there. All right, so this is the Microsoft Copilot Studio, so where the magic happens, where we build our agents. And they have quite a good feature here. So instead of setting up everything manually, you can just prompt the agent with a simple prompt, and it will give you a template for the agent. So let me, if you follow along, I will just, you know what? I'm a bit struggling with like finding the chat and copy. Yeah, I found it. I'm fine. So this is the prompt that we are posting. So if you, really, Zoom doesn't allow over 1,000 characters. You know what? Let me send you the article. The same prompt is over there. And you just, if you follow along, you can just copy everything from there, because then this is the way I do not need to copy paste anything in the chat. And you will have all the values and all the prompts. Wait a second. Okay, did it arrive? Yeah, so you can just open there, like scroll to the point. No, maybe you not. No, let me just send you this prompt, because there are only prompts for the complex one. But okay, I'll just cut the last instruction. Okay, anyway, this is our prompt that we are posting in here. So create a professional agent to serve as the primary information assistant for AI Realist. You can change it for something else. Then it's the role. The agent must be named like this, maintain professional accurate tone. There should be knowledge sources. So the knowledge sources is the official website, and then some documents that we will upload. Then it's our do not fabricate information. Obviously not bulletproof. We'll still fabricate information, but it has been shown that if you tell the model not to hallucinate, it stops. It doesn't stop, but it hallucinates less. And then also there will be a tool involved that will be sending us an email. So let us provision the agent. And you see I'm starting this prompt. And it's creating the agent. And what we see here, this is what I was talking about. You see the default one is still GPT-4.1. I would say directly switch to GPT-5. Don't even think about it. What to choose here? Do not choose reasoning. For one simple reasoning, it's super slow. Each time for every question you have, it will be reasoning forever. So your agent will be super slow. You can use chat or auto because it's a router. So it will be deciding automatically between whether to call reasoning, and I suspect the chat is instant. So the one that doesn't reason. So if you want something fast, I do not hate the instant one. At least it's fast. And reasoning, I don't know if it really brings that much. So I'll just do a chat. Then you already see it proposed as some triggers. We do not have any triggers. We just chat with it. So I will ignore this. Then it already generated instructions for the agent. This is our system prompt based on our prompt that we sent before. So it says what the purpose is, then what it should do, then what skills it has, then it has the goals and so on, error handling, and even provided some examples of how to interact. It suggested the knowledge, so the website. So yeah, correct website, add. Add to agent. What I usually do with the website, this is not particularly good for crawling. So if you know that you want a particular part on the website, it's better also to provide the actual page with the information, because it sometimes struggles to navigate to the right page. And so if you know where the information is found on the website, remember the context is everything. So I will just add the page explicitly. You see you have public website. And if you look what you can else add here, you have SharePoint, you have Salesforce, ServiceNow, and you also have more connectors. For example, if you use Confluence, that's quite nice. Databricks, Snowflake connector. So there are lots of off-the-shelf connectors to here. So I'll put the website here. Add to agent. And here we have some tools, suggestions. So the only tool I want here is send an email. So add and configure. So what I wanted to do is to send an email to the info about an inquiry. So here you need to configure the tool. You can rename it, you can say what this tool is doing. This can actually be very important to do, because when the LLM decides which tool to call, if you have 10 or 20 or more, it relies on the name of the tool and the description. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Of course, we do not see what's behind this user interface, but if this works like everything else, then that's what is it. To info, AI realist. I send an email to info AI realist to it's is to find out about trainings. So then you have here, you can already specify value, or you can tell the model to fill this value. So if you already know where it should send, then just put the custom value. So I put my email here. And it's done. Everything else will be filled automatically by the LLM. And that's done. So we also want to add a little bit more of context to it, not only the websites.
Maria,
And,
sorry to interrupt. I quickly want to ask in the chat. People are asking about the long prompts. You gave us a link to your article. Where on the in the article can we find the prompt?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's actually there is a long prompt for a different exercise. I was my bad. It's let me send this long prompt in two parts, because one and two.
Perfect. People are super interested, I think, in getting this prompt and
so
get them off on the right track.
Just get it. So yeah, interrupt me anytime, because I don't see the chat, and it's great that you are telling me that there are questions, and it's great to have questions too. All right, so I will share back where I am. So yeah, so I want to add more knowledge here. So here again, you see like here tabs, overview, knowledge, tools, and so on. So I add knowledge. And now I want to add some documents that I have, something from my OneDrive. So I can put any documents up there. And here I have my OneDrive. I go here, look at my files. Here I have my trainings. Here I have training offers. And I will, let's say I will add
microphone.
I will add some of them. So I
Thank
will
you.
add I will add most of them. So here, add to agent. And what's happening, it starts putting it into the search engine. So indexing. So you see, it's again what I showed you before. It's all about search. So it's putting it into the search engine so that we could query them. And it's hanging. All right. Oh yeah, there you go. You have them. So now you can ask, what trainings does AI Realist offer? It will probably hallucinate horribly because it hasn't indexed everything. Yeah, you need to allow it to access OneDrive. Actually, it's quite fine. But of course, if you, for example, know already what an answer to this should be, you can go here into topics and you also pre-configure the answer. For example, you can add topics from blank. And here you can, for example, describe what the topic does. The topic provides the information about, and I think actually there should be a way to do it with prompting. No, about AI Realist trainings. And then it should then react with sending a message. And the message is something like AI Realist provides, let's do trainings on GitHub Copilot. And now let's hope that when the answer will be from here. I need to save. All right, so let's hope that it worked. What are the trainings provided by Okay, yeah. Good. So it let's put GitHub Copilot as the first one. Hopefully that what was triggered, but it also keeps a bit more. But okay. And now what I want us to do is, well, we now can test the agent here, but it's not very, very useful. You want to have it in an actual channel. So if you go into here, into the channel, you can choose, for example, Teams, and click on Teams, and you can say add channel. And you publish there.
People are asking in the chat whether you could restate what the agent's goal is specifically. Maybe it's a little fuzzy what the sense is of what you want it to do. So maybe you can give us a little bit more guidance
so
on that.
The agent's goal is to answer questions about trainings and send an email to inquire about them. So now we will see this exactly in the Teams. The agent in the Teams. So it accesses a knowledge base, and then I don't want to say it in Copilot. It should see.
Maybe this is jumping the gun too, but I'm very interested in visually perceiving how the workflow goes. I know in N8N, the program I'm doing my agents in, you can actually visually see what the workflow is. Is there a location in Copilot where you can see visually how the workflow progresses?
You can do it when you are in the test, and when you look at the activity, I think. It's basically like pops out here the workflow. You should see, yeah, you see what it's doing here. And it triggers greeting and looks up what's here. And it replies you with the greeting. And then you ask what trainings are there. And then you should be able to see here. Yeah, you see what it's doing is reviewing the sources.
I think that's super helpful to not just do it in a vacuum, but to be able to see. Thank you, Romina Lorana, for that question in the chat. I think that's really helpful.
Yeah, and you see here it's completed, so it's replied here. And now I want to show to you this agent in the Teams and send an email from there. So let me go again to the Teams. It's already published there, so I want to see agent. I'm clicking on the wrong place. So that's stuck here. So see agent in Teams. Where are you? Yeah. You know what? I will just show you the let me reshare my screen. And and share the Teams. Where's Teams here? Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay, so we have here's the agent. It's also all my LinkedIn agents. That's so now we can ask it to send like what trainings are there. So it says it should answer what trainings are there. Okay, and now send an email asking about availability of GitHub Copilot. Yeah, so the email has been sent. And if I go now into my emails, yeah, it's there. So maybe it should show a little bit of more response. And what actually bothers me here, and in general with agents, you see, it just like does things, it just sends things. So sometimes you might want to build some kind of guardrails or prompt it something like before sending email, show me the draft. Because obviously you do not want it to send just some random emails to there, and only then you see it showed you the draft, and then you can say, can you send it? Yes, send it.
And I assume this
Yeah.
kind of thing would only be useful if it helps you respond to queries in bulk format. And for one email, you're not going to be doing this, I assume. So would there be a way of setting this up where it responds to all the emails, but you're keeping them in draft instead of sending them?
Yeah, absolutely. You can. There is a connector to put it into the draft. I just thought that it's more spectacular if it just sends the email, but obviously you can also put it into the draft. You can review this. That can be very useful also if you, for example, remember that researcher connector where you have the tasks. So you can, for example, combine it with the researcher. So look up all my open tasks or to whom I should open, to whom I should answer, and now go step by step through everyone whom I should answer, draft the emails for them, and put it into the draft. So, for example, combining this with the researcher that first reads all your emails, drafts open task, and then that could really speed up answering a bunch of emails here. So it's one of the capabilities, and you can combine it as you wish. So that could be a use case.
And somebody's asking in the chat as well whether there's a way to use an API to connect to external tools if you don't want to necessarily use Outlook and have a different emailing system, maybe.
That's a great question because this is the exercise 3, and this is the link that I sent to you. So this is somewhat of a difficult exercise, but it shows like very well how much we are dependent on this API's infrastructure and how we will not be able to do anything if this infrastructure is not there. So let me share back to the Canva. All right, so we already built the simple agent. We went through this. You also get the slides. So here's a instruction for where to click, what to change in this slide. So you can redo this. So if you didn't get the prompt, you didn't remember where I clicked, it's all there here step by step. So don't worry about it, like the deployment. And yeah, this is what you should get. All right, so we have a quick stop at the Mentimeter, and the question is, what is your favorite agent chatbot? If there is none, you can just say none. Or if you do not use them, say yeah. Because let's see. Like, wow, is there anything you use every day? You would say like, this is the best chatbot. Like I'm calling this customer support and I'm always happy when chatbot answers to me instead of human. Like, is there one like this? None. Yeah, so you have Konstantin, okay? That's a good one. Gems? Nope, none. Perplexity, interesting. The search engine. None. Yeah. So
we are not seeing the results, by the way. We're still looking at the presentation.
I'm gonna share this. I'm getting better at this sharing.
Yeah, your sharing skills on Zoom are going to be honed after these 2 hours.
Yeah. Sure. So you see a lot of nuns, and the others just like the naked LLMs, so to say, without any agents. Nobody likes chatbots. Nobody likes agents, and this is in fact a very real thing because there's user acceptance problem with these rag bots. People are not very eager to use them. Why? Because indeed they're cognitively not entirely there. Putting a chatbot directly to customers is usually not a good idea. It's a tool and not a communicator. So you need someone to review this. Naked chatbots without human in the loop for consulting customers is not something that one should do. And the same goes to agents. Agents that have direct access to the tools without consulting without human in the loop will not be better than hallucinating chatbots in the customer support. So this is the realistic view. And let me share the screen
Naked
again.
chatbots and not being entirely there are going to be the two phrases of the presentation, I think. Do we really want the chatbots to be there entirely is another question that was asked by Carolina in the chat.
I don't know. I mean, if they worked, would be nice. But I mean, I don't think I will really see it in my lifetime. But who knows? Okay, so this is our level of autonomy. So remember, I already showed to you. So we have a user as an operator, user as a collaborator, and this that's where we want to end up. So the chatbots would be entirely there. So where the user just leans back, sits, and the agent LLM does everything. And that's where we have no automation. So that's where we are at the very beginning. And then we progress to collaborator, consultant, approver, and so on. So let us then take a look what the problem here is. And we have Mentimeter. Again, I hope you're all there. And let me jump to the next. What do you think is currently the level of autonomy? So I'll keep this slide for you so you see what it is. And then I share the results. So we have operator, minimal, user leads, agent leads, or agent leads, user approves. One person thinks we are already at the full autonomy, which is very optimistic. Okay, and I'll share the results with you because I think you already remembered them. All right, so as you can see, user leads is the majority, the people voting, a couple of optimists, a couple of pessimists, and I think realists all in the middle. Very good. So yes, this is exactly the problem currently with the adoption and acceptance rate. Why? Because we have the unrealistic expectations. So when these chatbots and agents are sold, they are sold approximately as something that can do this. But reality is, as the majority voted, is really somewhere here. It's very, very far from being fully autonomous, being able to make decisions. It doesn't even perceive the environment well enough. It usually operates on one modality language. Well, we have a little bit of multimodal stuff there, but it's very limited. So yes, that's the problem. So that's why AI agents disappoint, not because they are bad, but because they are, in a way, overpromised. As the tools, as you saw, like sending emails and doing these simple tasks with the human in the loop, they are great. But having this autonomy, they are really not entirely there. And how long will it take to get there? A while, because there's something called the last mile problem. It's a problem in the technology where if you work in research, you know, then when you start, for example, training the model or something like this, you quite quickly get to 60, 70%, then accuracy, then it goes up to 80, but like the last 90%, the last 95%, it gets very hard and it's almost impossible to get to 100%. So now when they say, we started with those language models and now we have GPT-5, GPT-3.5, and then comes GPT-6, think what it can do, how much better it will be. It will not be much better because we are actually approaching the last mile of what transformers can do. And moving this last mile is very, very difficult. So the acceleration of progress will not be the same. So a quick review how to use AI agents. So as they are not cognitively there, you always need to validate their output. You need to keep a human in the loop. You need to expect limited reasoning and simple choices. Do not put too many tools. The same way as do not put too many instructions. Sometimes less is more, because you will just overload them, and yeah, make sure nothing runs without your final confirmation. And here's a very good example from my AI Realist chatbot, and maybe you can also test it in Copilot. Ask it what date it is today, and it yesterday was insisting that it's April 12th. And I was saying, no, it's not April 12th. And they're like, oh, you're absolutely correct. It's December 4th. Thank you very much, AGI. So now let's go to the complex bot. And this is what I send you the tutorial from, because now I do not think you will be able to entirely follow this. Also, there is not so much time, but this is exactly the question. How do we connect external APIs? And this is what we're going to do. So the task of this chatbot, the task of this agent is to post on LinkedIn from Teams. Why do we want to post from LinkedIn on Teams? Do not ask me. Let's say we just want. This is an example how to connect to external API that we do not have a connector from. You can scale from this, and it's a very realistic setup for the companies and enterprises, because usually we have some kind of an API out there, and we want LLMs to communicate with this. So let's take a look how we can do this. All right, so this is the tutorial that I sent to you, so you can also read it. It's also in the chat, or you can scan and follow along what I'm doing. And let me share the screen, and I will go away from this slides, though the slides contain everything as well. Let me share channel. Boom. All right, so here we need to go to the Power Apps. And here we have two things. So on one hand, we already have off-the-shelf connectors that we do not need to re-implement. Let me show where they are. So these are my connectors that I have, and there we should have the connectors, I think over here. Let me see. I mean, make Power App. That's where I want to go. Why is it not showing me the connectors? I'm in the environment, that's why. Probably. No, it doesn't want. Maybe catalog. God. Well, anyway, there is a bunch of off-the-shelf connectors. I guess that's demockers. I'm not sure why. Okay. I think I know where. So connectors. Then you need a new connector, new connection. And that's where you have the off-the-shelf connection. So you can take a look what you have here. You have SharePoint, OneDrive, Salesforce. So this you do not need to implement. It's right there, and you can use it, and it's for you to connect to their knowledge. So you can scroll and see what's in here. But we also, let's say we do not have a connector, and now we can build one. How do we build one? So you can click on the, you need to go into custom connection. The easiest way to go to the custom connections is you are in Copilot Studio, you do the new tool, you go to custom connector over here, and that's where you end up in. And here you can click on new custom connector, then you choose create from blank, And for example, you say LinkedIn connector. And click continue. And then you need to fill this this stuff out. So let me just leave here because I'm not going to fill out because I already built the connector myself. And one thing that you need to do before you build this, you also need to configure something on LinkedIn. This shouldn't be too difficult. So you go to LinkedIn developer portal. The link should be in the written tutorial for you. And you need to make sure that you can create an app. So you go here, you click on create an app, and then you need to fill all this out. And what about privacy policy? Privacy policy, you basically just generate a Google Doc with the privacy policy. It's public, and you put it in here. Then you add an app, and you end up with it. So let me show what it looks like. Of course, everything is written out very in detail in the tutorial. So you see this is the title. This is my privacy policy. It looks like this. LinkedIn says it's a must. So it's all ChatGPT generated because it's just for me. So it's not that important. Then an important part is the products. So for you to be able to connect to LinkedIn, you need to activate two products, share on LinkedIn and sign in with LinkedIn. So one to make sure that you can post there through the API, and one that you can get your ID. And then you need to get your credentials. It's in the authenticate. So this client ID, that will be your secret key. And then you have to put this authorized direct URL. And this is something very important because otherwise nothing will work. And you should get it in your connector. So it will be here. So you just copy it from here and add it there. And at this, you're basically done with configuring LinkedIn. How to check that you've done it correctly? Well, you need to check the scopes. If you do not see the scopes, it will not work. So these scopes need to be there. If you see the scopes, if everything's activated, then you are good to go. So now let's see what we do in Power Apps. So we need to configure the fill out this form. So you put this API here for LinkedIn. The base URL is like this. Then you configure security. This is our authentication. So auth 2.0. Then you need to put this URLs in here. So all of them are in the tutorial. So just copy paste them. Make sure that the scopes are here. If you do not put the scope, or if you put the scope with a white space, it might not work. So make sure that they are here, and then you have this redirect to URL. So once you have done this, just all the same step, then you need also to copy the client secret from here into here. And then you already can test if your connection works. This theoretically should already be working. Of course, theoretically. So first you need, though, to create one action, what you're actually testing. And the first action to create will be get my ID. And you need it for the next action. So this is your action. You name it somehow. You describe it. You have an operation ID. And then you click on import from sample. And you choose get here. Then you put this URL in here. And as a header, you need to put this protocol. It's all in the tutorial. So it should be this header and 200. I think in tutorial, there should be a full JSON that you copy paste in there. And yes, so at this point, you can go to test and see if it actually worked. So here, if you don't have a connection, you can just make a new connection from LinkedIn connector. I mean, I already have 4 because I've been testing it extensively. You choose get my ID, everything's pre-configured, and let's hope it worked. Yes, I got my ID. I need to save this ID, so I copy this. And now I'm going to configure the action to post over there. So you see this is I create a new action again here by import from sample. I need to put this URL here. I choose post. So I put this URL over here. Then I fill in headers, so content type and the X is still protocol. It should be, the exact comment will be in the tutorial. And then I also copy paste the JSON that you see over there into the body. So the JSON will most importantly have this sub number that I just had here. So this one you need to substitute in the sample JSON that you see. And that's it. You should be able to see this. So this is the body. So we have owner, we have text. That's two crucial things that you need to post. And what's important, text post cannot be without a text, right? So you need to make text required argument. So, and then you can test here again if your post works. And here I can do the following. Let's do posting from GenAI.
In the meanwhile, there's a question from Romina. Maybe I'll kind of put some distraction
Yeah.
the narrative. Stefan, are you going to take it? Maybe Romina can ask it.
There's a question from Romina, whether you have compared Copilot agents with workflows in Make, for example.
Or with N8N, right?
And N8N, yeah.
No, I mean, N8N is still on my list. So no. And you see here, I just posted on LinkedIn from that connection. So you see that it worked, and now we can integrate this from our agent. So now, like the question, I cannot say much on this because I'm mostly now in Copilot. But I know N8N. I heard a lot of good things about it for automation. So I probably gonna study this as well, but still not there. All right. So so as you can see, we can have it here. So now we want an agent that posts from Microsoft Teams. And here we are going to do the same. How am I with the time? I'm good. So again, our massive prompt that you already have in the tutorial. And let me just maybe go to my Substack myself and get that tutorial and that prompt. It should be, this is the prompt. And I can put it here. And I provision again the agent.
And we'll be getting the prompt in the documentation, or do you want to put it in the chat again?
Oh, you can, it's right here. It's in here, but I can also put it in the chat, or you can open it in the, I can put it in the chat, sure.
I think everybody liked that we put it in the chat before, so.
Yeah, let me do this. Chat, where's chat? Here's the chat. Bam. Yeah. All right, so we are in the chat here, and yeah, we provisioned our agent. So again, you see like default is a legacy model. So I would switch to instant, and we can review if it's the correct the instructions. I mean, we do not want knowledge as LinkedIn. Obviously, it's a mistake, so we delete this. And it suggests two tools to us. We do not care about getting the ID. We only care about posting on LinkedIn. So we add this connection here. We want to make sure that the connection is up and running. So we are adding it. And we need to configure the text input. So it should dynamically fill with AI. Yeah, that should be correct. It already nicely provisioned the text. Sometimes it doesn't provision the text input by default. It did. So the connector is here. Let's hope it's running. So we'll save. Can you post? Let's see. On LinkedIn about, let's say something, GenAI in, it will probably be some slope, but oh my. Okay, so yeah, you see what it's doing. It's probably searching the web or a bit slow. Well, let's hope. Okay, the connection. Let's see let's see if the connector is up. Yeah, I know this is a bit of a weird thing. I saw it yesterday. For some reason, unless you publish it in Teams, the connector is not up. I couldn't explain this, but basically, if I publish this in Teams, the channel, and yeah, add channel, publish. All right, and let me switch to Teams. It's a bit slow, but okay, sure. Okay, so we have this one, or maybe one, that's actually one of my yesterday's one, but it's pretty much identically built. So what you can do here now is write about GenAI in localization. Write a post. Yeah. Add that it's a demo post for GenAI in localization conference agent tutorial. Yeah. Yes. So, and now would you like me to publish it? Yes. Yes.
Are you
post it
actually publishing this live, Maria?
Yes, I showed you that the previous
so surely
post was there.
everybody in the presentation is going to go right there and give you a like on that post, I would hope.
Yeah, I hope too. So here, so it posted it, and now let's see if it's on my LinkedIn. Let's hope. Let's hope for the best. You know, like the curse of the presentations, like remember Mark Zuckerberg who was presenting the glasses and everything broke down. That's like, you know, like I have a lot of respect for actually doing live presentations because I've did so many of them and they always somehow break. So so here, and let's hope it's there. Yes, it's right here. So
I'm going to copy the link to the post and put it right in the chat here so everybody can click on the link and give you a like.
Yeah, the only problem is this API probably preventing it from spamming people. It only allows it to be visible to my contacts. You see, like it's not the whole world. So if you're not following me or not in my context, you might not see this post. So this is a bit I think API blocker. So
I wouldn't be
exactly,
surprised if the LinkedIn algorithm doesn't like this automatic posting very much. I have
exactly.
that experience as well.
Yeah, this doesn't let me post for everyone. So this is slightly of a disadvantage. Maybe eventually I will figure out how to break this bot and to post for everyone. But yeah, so if you're in my connection, so send me a connection, obviously, and then you can see this. So, all right. So let's go back. I'm at the end of this. I'm exactly perfect at my
This
time.
was absolutely fantastic. I can tell you one thing, Maria, if the audience is anything like me, they're going to be busy this weekend testing this out and trying to recreate maybe not a LinkedIn posting bot, but something that works in your Outlook email. This was really, really fantastic. I hope everybody agrees. I was riveted the whole time through, and I'm really loving what this does for my brain. I'm gonna be busy poking around Copilot all weekend, I think. Are there any parting questions from the audience?
Perhaps the audience could say, if anybody wants to say a few words, this is the end of the
Because I
conference.
only have conclusion, but the conclusion is obvious infrastructure, the key, human in the loop, and there is no magic logic. Agents are not substituting anyone in this cognitive state, as you saw. And yeah, if you don't have connection and infrastructure, you don't optimize anything. No repetitive processes. Nothing's gonna do. And they have only very limited ability to call tools. So also nothing to worry about there.
That's very practical what we've seen today. Knowing how to build those things and being able to demonstrate to other stakeholders inside an organization does wonders, I guess, for the narrative.
Totally. I agree.
Go us translators, become an AI specialist. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you want to say something, open up your microphone and just say a few words. This is the end of the event. You've been through all of it.
Konstantin, can I be the first to congratulate you for a fantastic conference?
The congratulations are with the speakers. I was only there on the stage for 10 minutes for speaking.
You made sure that there wasn't any fluff in this lineup, and I hope everybody agrees that this was a fantastic way to end it with Maria Sukhareva as well. Thank you so very much.
The dessert, Masha, you were the dessert today.
Thank you.
All right, so nobody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Konstantin. Have a wonderful
Romina
weekend.
wants to say something. Hold on, there's a few people.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for all the work. Thank you for having the Slack option to communicate and connect. Maria, thank you for being totally candid with this. I loved it, and I don't think it's a use case that I would possibly use, but I think the process is fantastic to see, where things are at the moment. And I am wondering, this is your guys' first event like this?
You mean GenAI localization?
Yes.
Number 5.
It's the second one. Oh.
No, it's the second. Anyway, so in our series, we counted as 5.
You counted as 5. Oh, you count. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay. So this is, I have been bits and pieces, and I think this is the first time I've seen the whole thing. So thank you for that.
The next one's coming up in June, right, Kostya?
Yes, we'll announce the next one. The topic preliminary will be the emerging regions, the Vamos Juntas for South America, the Riyadh conference for Saudi Arabia, looking at where growth is happening, maybe bringing NLP specialist in localization from Africa, where there's an African languages lab. So we're looking in this breadth of coverage and the new languages in the next one, targeting the end of Q2 2026. Stefan, I hope you'll be with us. Maria, perhaps you can visit us again with something new to show by the time GPT-6. I'm sure you have a lot of material.
It will be my great pleasure to be there again. Thank you, everybody. I have to run. I have a meeting at the top of the hour, but thank you very much, everybody, and talk to you soon.
Thank you. So with this being said, I pronounce the conference successfully completed. Thank you, everyone, for attending, supporting us. Thank you to the sponsor, SmartLink. And see you soon. Reach out. Don't be a stranger. Let us know how to improve the conference and what you particularly liked and what are the things you'd like to see in the future. Thank you and goodbye. Jill, I think we can wrap up with a video. Yeah, perfect. Jill, can you say when the recordings will be available?
Recordings will be available by Monday.
Monday. Perfect. Thank you. Bye-bye. And Jill, thank you to you especially for holding the fort and being always attentive, always present on every.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to support this conference. It was really interesting. Thank you all.
Cheers.